Yo, what's up, guys? Hello. Happy Thursday. I play this playing all the classics today. See the 190, 180 discussion. Hello. I'm sorry for all of your losses, but I'm glad you had like a little bit of a coping session. Like, man, you know, I died in 180. You know what? Me too. You know what? Me too. What's up? Snap, hello. Jinty, Zelda, hello. Alka, Wallen, Freyfran, hello. Yeah, it's a support group, seriously. I think that's the best thing. I think that like partial memes design, I think that's the coolest thing. Because you're doing something like really tough, right? I mean, yeah, it sucks to lose that high. And sometimes, like, you know, you tell like any other 14 gamer, they're like, oh, you know, that sucks. Like they're not gonna really get it, right, unless you do it. But then you have a whole bunch of people right now who are trying to do it right now, and they could 100% commiserate with you and be like, yeah, you know, I really get it. And then you go through this whole story. I love seeing it. I love that whole conversation and reading that conversation. Like, it's just, you know, you just don't get that unless the person is actually doing it. So, Xanon, hello. I am sorry for all your losses. Xanon, 190 is tough, but I mean, you're right there. So you just have to you know, once you get past that hump, it really is just any run at that point. 180 is the big wall. Sometimes people clear 180 and just clear right away. So when you get past 180, that too is also just another big gate for people. You clear that, then you really look in victory in sight. Jason, thank you for the 25. By the way, I appreciate that. Gonna make an FC that's called 180 to... You should. I mean, it's funny because I've heard of a lot of tales where, by the way, my portrait sucks. I need to fix it by, like, Sunday or something. But there's definitely been a lot of people who talk about the fact that their FCs, like, you know, the rest of their FCs doing normal content, and they're doing Deep Dungeon, and they're always, like, being asked, like, are you okay? Is, like, everything okay? You've been there for, like, weeks. It's like, yeah, I'm just playing the game, dude. It's all good. Not a big deal. They give them special titles and everything. I think it's funny. Guys, we have new music. It's time to test them all out. We have a whole bunch of Fire Emblem songs, so we shall now test them. I'm gonna be keeping them on for like a while. How this works when I test music is I keep them on for like 3 floors-ish, so it could last long enough. And we're not testing them for them to sound good, we're testing them to see if YouTube isn't angry at it. But as of right now, I have been uploading my Fire Emblem stuff, and it seems like YouTube hasn't had a problem, so... Alright, so White Mage right now is going to be interesting, because this is the first time I've been on White Mage this entire expansion. And so, the last time I played White Mage... I think I had an 18-second arrow. And I had a really long stone cast. So now we have a completely different situation here. I also don't have my potions on here. Here we go. So it's like a very different White Mage that I'm playing than the very last time, which is like a year ago. A year plus, actually. And I just haven't been able to get back on White Mage. I mean, we were on Astro for like 6 months, and then I wanted to get done, you know, like, we did Machinist for like 3 months because of GDQ, so it's just, I just didn't have a chance at all, so now I have a chance. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing okay despite all the high floor stuff. I hope everything is going good. Hope you all having a good day today. I do apologize for the whole thing on Tuesday where I thought the maintenance was that day and it wasn't, and then it was another day, so sorry for that. Oh, I saw my thing. Well, you guys should follow with Bin anyway. Well, let me adjust that, because we are not doing that until next Tuesday. On Valentine's Day. Where's the command timer? There you go. Okay. I always have a problem forgetting about my my bots and everything. Core, how are you doing? Welcome in. I already like White Mage because of the fact that I have a faster cast. What is Thin Air now? Next action is without cost. Okay. And what costs a lot? Regen? I guess regen. What else do I have? I mean, I wouldn't do a Cure 2 unless it's super emergency, but... Yeah, I think I haven't used Thin Air since the adjustment either. Benny, Lucid... Oh, I don't have the transformation macro on here. Oh, that's not it. That's it. Okay. Okay, good. You think my MP will go down? Videos on Reaper have been pretty much priceless for the title run. The Reaper one was interesting because the Reaper run was very smooth. So I just hope you're able to extrapolate something. But if anything, like, it shows you what it's capable of. You know, kind of getting to that level is probably a little difficult. But yeah, Reaper was really, really good. I really had so much fun on that job. It was so much fun to showcase what it was capable of, too. Am I okay? What do you mean? Successful loop? Heyo! Uh-oh, am I gonna get the... Yeah, I'm gonna get the... Heard something fall? Oh, I just hit my... Sorry. I forgot to do my, I didn't do my, my water, so I need to, like, weave it in at some point. Your first attempt was 180. Damn! Yeah, that's kind of Reaper power for you. I think one of the cool things about Reaper is, you know, it's a little subjective to call a job easy. You know, you don't want... I mean, you don't want to go around being like, yeah, you know, Black Mage is easy, guys. It's, like, real easy, you know? You just hit a whole bunch of buttons. Like, you don't really want to do that, because sometimes that's not the perception another person gets, but... In my opinion, Reaper is in comparison to the other melee, just a lot easier to manage, because you don't have much to do. It's just... roll GCD, occasional gauge usage, you know? Whereas, you know, Ninja, you have to remember the Mudra combination. Samurai, you have to remember your sticker combination, so on and so forth. And I think that helps it, where you don't have to worry about the job so much, and you could worry about everything else. And I think that's where the benefit comes into it. I main Reaper outside of Deep Dungeons, figure I try my main. Yeah. It's a good, definitely a good train of thought. That's something I always suggest, at least first and foremost. Feel how it goes on your main. See if you like it or not. Maybe you don't, and that's okay, because you have options. But sometimes you do. And sometimes it does actually feel better that you go in and get it on your main. Like, that will probably mean a whole lot more to people and yourself, in my opinion. Hey, Joni. Joni! With the Astro Clear. Congratulations, Joni. Why am I turning around? I'm doing Heaven on High now. Is there a hardest stretch of floors I need to watch out for? Like, I would say, Ice, this is your first time? If it's your first time, I would say, a big thing to worry about would be, like, the 61 to 63, because you have Onryu, and generally, most of Deep Dungeon, you feel this curve going upwards, like it's an upward curve of difficulty. But that 61 to 63, it's like it's reversed. I literally don't have water. God damn it. Alright, I have to take a break. I have to take a break in between floors. Sleepy Girl, thanks for the follow. So, like most of Deep Dungeon is like going on an upward curve. Like 51 would be like the 50 set would be like up, and then all of a sudden it spikes up at 61, 63, and then steadily goes down and then goes back up again. And a lot of people definitely get wrecked on the 61 to 63 because they're just not ready. Like, it's, you know, they're kind of expecting a specific difficulty, and it just kind of creeps up on them because those guys, specifically the Onryu, are very tough. But then after that, you get through that. Alright, you get through that. 71 to 80 is definitely another tough spot, because it's not overly hard per se, but there's a lot of things that just one-shots you. Like, it's probably the most dangerous set in that fashion, where in Palace, even Palace, nothing really one-shots you. A lot of things kick your ass, and a lot of things are, like, unpullable. But there's just a lot of telegraphs in 71 to 80 that you just get murdered, because if you just happen to just be in a bad spot, or you just happen to be in a bad situation, you're done. Like, there's no recovery. And then of course the 81 to 90 set is the one that's the key to victory. If you get out of that set good, then there's a possibility you clear. But 81 to 90, it's probably very relatable to Palace 181 to 190, where a lot of things just hit really hard, and trying to get through them is really a big prog point. But those are the main like kind of areas in Heaven on High that you have to worry about. Hey Shady. My friend played Monk for his first few tries and hated it. Good, join the club. tell him that's the conclusion I came to. I remember doing Heaven on High blind. The first thing that killed me was a mammoth. That was one of the things, you know, Snatsy. When I was progging Heaven on High for the first time, I thought the mammoth just had the fastest enrage I've ever seen. I didn't know that you had to stand behind them for a long time. Like, you know, there's nowhere to look. I mean, who would tell me that? But eventually I was able to either watch someone or someone told me or something like that. And it's like, oh, and then after that I figured it out. But like, yeah, I'd just be like, wow, I need to kill this thing in like 15 seconds. I can't do it, it's too fast. Made no sense to me. But yeah, anyway, I hope that was useful info, Ice. Okay. Okay, so we played this song long enough, so let's see, what's the next one we can do? Let's do the Trial of Academy, shall we? The Fire Emblem Engage version of Three Houses. Good song. Nice chill song. Well, except the battle. The battle is good though. I have a lot of new music. I think thanks to Jason we added in like 10, I think. The number I had. He steals. Oops, I'm not targeting the thing. Oh my god. Okay, good. I have haste. I gotta loot everything. I got a purity. I got 3 minutes on it. I'll just hold. Oh, did you drop a chest? Really? Huh. I do miss a size though. White Mage's big advantage is having a size compared to all the other healers. It's just a lot of damage, additional damage. My first Heaven on High death was the Puddings. I was playing melee and didn't know how to cast if had too much LOS. Oh boy, yeah, that's a prog point. Oh my gosh, and that's where you get like PTSD. Like you see them, you don't pull them. It's kind of funny how short the songs actually are. It is and it isn't, JCN, because a lot of battle themes are really like, they're only like a minute long, if not a little bit more. Like a big chunk of battle themes from like all games are like a minute 32 minutes. Actually looking at some of the songs we had was like 240 or like 230. Like that's actually pretty long for a battle theme. Alright, time for Machine Gun White Mage, let's go. Can't remember my first Heaven on High death, I've died so many times. My very first one, I remember distinctly, was the big turret balls, the one that shoot a line AoE. Very first thing that killed me in Heaven on High. It stuck with my mind because I consciously decided that I would greet a GCD on Red Mage, and I died instantly. That's what happened to me, and I never greeted a GCD ever again. I'm like, I'll make it out of this, and then I get blown up in one shot. Those things kind of stick with you, you know? Yeah, I did have a raising on, because I was progging, so I had a raising on, of course I did. But yeah. What's up, Terrell? See, because someone on White Mage's doing a floor pull at die to line AoE? Ooh, lovely. Gotta love that. Today? Oh no. Even worse. Oh, hello. How you doing? I need to remember all of White Mage's buttons. I have my instant heal, which costs nothing. I have Asylum. I have Tetra. I have Benny, which I need to predict the future with Benny. Otherwise, you're dead. Oh, what the hell did I do? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oops. I meant to hit a size, I hit asylum. I forgot so much information. That's okay. I was like, I had like a bad sleep last night, and then I was trying to take a nap, so I didn't get to catch up with too much things, but this way. So we are here. You can aggro. Alright. Oh, racing. Cool. Ask and you shall receive. Hello everyone, how you doing? I need to take a... Well, I have to do an ad break anyway between the floors, so I may as well take that chance to get a water. I can't believe I forgot a water. I usually have a water next to me. We'll go here. I died to Onra bleed after I killed it on... Oh no! Oh, cause... that's painful. The bleed is strong, too. Yes, please. So we're starting at 51 today. Because I just wanted to have more of a chill run. Like, I could fit in a 1 to 120 on a white mage, which I've done before, but it would take like a lot of time. 51 to 130, I can chill and not go as crazy, and get the file set up, and then we won't have to go so long on Sunday. So I was kind of going back and forth on it, but after having like a really crappy sleep today, so I was like, yeah, I'll just go a little bit more chill today. Hey guys. Nice to watch you again. It's been a long time. I just got Necromancer this past weekend! Hey! Welcome to the club! Hey, well, good way to come back, eh? I'm glad the videos have helped. You know, we're still putting out the content. Well, at least I'm still putting out the content and trying to keep everything up to date, you know? Yo, what's up, Zito? Ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Oh, wow, thanks, dude. I appreciate it, as always. You know, we gotta work out like a lunch or something. We gotta talk that one over. This time I'll be able to have a meal with you guys. Oh, I don't need to go this way. We're setting heaven on high, it's the robot one. The debuffs and mobs are nasty. The Rachis. I can't wait for Rachi 2.0, Joni. Rachi 2.0 and EO, can't wait. You know they're gonna be there. They gotta be there. They're like 100% elegant. Of course they're gonna be there. Like, there's gotta be some sinister dev that's constructing Deep Dungeon and should know what the community does and doesn't like, right? Like, you gotta see Chimeras, you gotta see Apes, you gotta see Rachis, right? That's my opinion. Alright, let's do the next song. Teach us. Soon. Yeah, what's up, Magnus? How you doing, dude? Magnus, did you check out that place, by the way? Hold on. Oh, no, no. I'm running Samurai Run in Palace of Dead for fun and entering 171. Any quick tips before I enter? Your best thing, haven't headed that way yet, but you'll know this. It's very classic, like New Yorker Italian, but it's good. The goal you want to have, Gaius, is to try to get out of there with 2 steel. You know, you're gonna probably feel like you're gonna have to pop a seal at some point, do the apes. I mean, you should know by now. I mean, you have the title now, so you know. But your best thing to do on melee is to try to get through without using as much steel as possible. That's the goal, because then you use it when you need it. You know, things happen. I know a big prog point for me was trying to eliminate mimics up until like at least 181 without steel. Samurai is pretty good with that because of your gap closer and your jump back. You have some kiting tools. You know, if you're confident, you get Higabana up and you just kite with Higabana, which is great. But yeah, that's what I would probably start off with trying out. I mean, you've made it that far too, so, you know, my whole thing on melee is always trying to maximize Bloodbath. You want to make sure that you use Bloodbath when you need it, not when you don't need it. You know, fight harder enemies with Bloodbath, fight easier enemies without Bloodbath. That's how you maximize your cooldown. That's pretty much like the general rundown of melee in general. Go for it. Alright, it's cool. Okay, you need to not look this way, sir. I don't want to fight you in gloom because I'm really lazy today. There's something behind you, I swear. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's times like this I feel like I'm disconnecting, but good. No problem. Strength is capped. Wait, where the hell is my holy? Oh, is it 1? Oh, whoops. I didn't know which button my holy was, because I haven't had to use it so far. Okay. Bum. I wish they dropped Benison to 60 content. Make my life so much easier. But, alas, they do not. Lights. I got away from one, I can't get away from the other. But at least this is not gloomed. Okay. Arms are loading out, that's pretty good. Alright, Taurus, stay. Good boy. Probably at the edge of his aggro range there. That's what I'm buffing. You, come here. Come here! Oh my god, I hit the wrong button. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button. I think my 2 button is usually AoE. I may want to swap that. I want to swap these two, yeah. I think usually my AoE is like I think that's gravity was where 2 is instead of 1. That's why I keep hitting the button. Alright. Actually, I think error was 30 seconds last time I played White Mage. I said it was less early before. I think it is 30 seconds. I think it's regen that was the one that I was using to time my sustaining potions. Because I was trying to find a way to weave it in. The regen was okay, but it wasn't the greatest like place to do it. Okay, here's good. Whee! Slide cast is really nice though. Being able to slide cast on stones is really nice. Hey Suki. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Uh-oh, steal down. It's way too cold to be a good Thursday. Oh no! Is it cold by you? On the flip side, I think where I am, we're getting like a heat wave, which is kind of funny. Like a mini heat wave. It's not like a, you know, like super hot, but it is like a lot hotter than it should be for February. Ew. I hate the cold too. I do live in a place that gets cold, but I prefer the heat over anything. I know a lot of people are like, well, I'd rather be cold. You know, because you can put on the layers. I'm like, that's great. I'd rather be hot. I don't care. Good for you. Ah, yes, I don't miss this. It was really nice to be on Ninja and deleting this thing in like 2 minutes. Instead, I've been on this for a while. Even when it's already outside, it's still feel cold in your room. That's, man, I forgot how to do math in terms of translating it to Fahrenheit. But yeah, I'm about, I think I know what that translates to. Yeah, I'm about the same. Like, I'll be the one where people are in t-shirts and shorts, and I'm still like rocking like a hoodie and like long pants, you know. Common response. Aren't you hot? I'm like, yeah, but I'm comfortable. Me, you know, my response really should be, aren't you cold? I always, you know, I do want to do that one time, I swear. Anytime someone asks me, like, a very obvious question, I want to ask them the very obvious question back. You know? Like, the one that I can't wait to do one time, but I wear a mask all the time. Also, I don't really get into conversations with people. Hey, roly-poly. It's, you know, when someone comes up to you and they're like, man, why are you so quiet? You know? Is everything okay? You seem really quiet. I just want to go up to them and be like, hey, man, you don't shut up. Is everything okay? Like, do we have to talk about it? Like, you just won't stop talking. Is everything okay? I know. I haven't had the opportunity to do that, but I swear to God, I'm gonna do that one time. And then they're gonna be like, wow, I'm only joking. I'll say the same thing. I'm like, yeah, I'm only joking, dude. It's a big deal. You don't have to get your panties all in a twist, man. Just joke. I don't know what the problem is. Let me take an ad break, bot. I'm gonna step away. I forgot water, so I need to grab some water. So give me, let's do a very quick 90 second. So I'll be back in 90 seconds, and then we'll continue on. So BRB, thanks guys. Alright, we'll wait for that ad to finish and then we will continue. And we'll continue, testing out my music. Humans disgust you? Yeah, I'm in the same boat, dude. Actually, like, let me get into the next floor, then we'll talk about it. Let's do this song to test it out. And let's update. Oh, I did update the title because I'm smart. Like literally, Suki. Humans are disgusting, because apparently a lot of IRL people I know are getting sick. Magnus, I don't know if you're seeing. I don't know if that's happening around you, dude. If you're by me, but like, there's something going around, like really bad. Like I don't think it's like COVID-ish, but it's like it's knocking people out. And like I know a lot of people already that are just sick and like are like not in good shape. So it's like the third time something has like kicked in. So living user of overly pushing religiously overly pushy religious coworkers. I'm good not being humaning. Yeah, true. Even having left the medical word, I have been hearing about it. Yeah, like I haven't heard about it in the news, but like something seriously is like going around. Best weapon against human conversations are on-ear headphones. From what I've heard, Suki, not if you're female. I've heard that tactic, and then I've heard also people where, like, there are guys that'll go up to like females on like the train and still talk to them even when they have the headphones on. Like, hey, I got a question for you. There are times though, I remember this one other time, I will just like ignore people, and I know that's rude, but like I remember being in the mall, and I was walking outside the mall, and this like really shady character was like trying to get my attention, so I like look over real fast, and then I just go right the opposite direction, and then he didn't continue, but like, yeah, I'm usually good at that. Like, not today, dude, I got things to do, man, maybe another time. My personal rule with anybody is if it's eating time, I don't talk. I focus on eating. I mean, that's a good rule. Like, I do like to enjoy my food, Jason. So, like, there are times when I find myself, if I'm partially distracted... Hey guys, thanks for the follow, the Necromancer. There are times when I'm eating, and then I find myself like having a conversation, and I feel bad about it because I can't enjoy the food, or rather, I know I don't enjoy the food as much. That's gonna hurt. Ah! Imagine people talking while you watch a video with them. Those are the worst. I want to watch it. 13,000 hats for Lala Ada.
13,000 pats for Lala Ada.
Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy patting yourself. Thank you for the 13 months, Miss Ada. Appreciate that. The only time I listen to people when I'm outside is when an old lady asks me to get something from the top shelf because I'm big. Fair. People, oh, I can't see. That's not good. Like there will be times when I'm hanging out with someone and I'll like kind of talk a little bit. You know, I'll be like, oh, look at this thing. But, like I try to look around, make sure I'm not gonna bother any other people. Like knowing what that would be, I try to like really keep it low. But there are times, you know, when I'm alone, I'm not gonna forget it. But yeah, like when you're like obnoxious like that, that's just really disrespectful. No problem. And by the way, appreciate it, dude. You know, you watch you watch all the cool people. I know that, so it's fun constantly running into you on Twitch, on stream, off stream, and everything. I love it. Come here, raptors. I've got a gift for you. And you too. And you as well. Ow. I didn't ask you to chomp me. Where's my other friend? Okay. You're all dead. Steal. I do have a size. No! That sucks. I was hoping not to get that fox, but it's just really hard when it comes to a freaking mimic and a healer. Restrain. Is the exit here? I don't think it's here, it's on the other side. Oh, screw me. If I had presence of mind, I'm not killing this in time. Hey, I got a sight for it. I hate the mimics always ruin the lives. What's up, Tarlander? How you doing? Ah! What happened? Maybe because the second one turned into a chicken? Two. Alright, next song. So we're in the middle of testing out some songs, some new songs. I have like 10 of them to test. They're all from Fire Emblem. Thanks, Jason. Jason helped me out on that one. So we're making sure that they're playing long enough that if I upload it to YouTube, it'll have a good opportunity to tell me if it doesn't like it or not. But like I mentioned earlier, I have already uploaded them technically via my Fire Emblem streams, and they seem okay for now. By the way, I think I spent like 12 to 16 hours doing skirmish after skirmish for Fire. Oh, really? You power leveling, Ada? I did a couple, but there's just like so much to do. I think like the new paralogs are out because of the Nintendo Direct. Like there's more paralogs to do now, so I probably will do them like maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'll do tomorrow. Like I might push story for quite a bit. Like I wanna do right now is like I'll open stream doing the Somniel, and then I will probably push story until I hit a wall. And then when I hit a wall, then I'll maybe go back and do the other stuff. Doing great. PoTD Reaper run in progress, hoping to try 190 melee this weekend. Alright, bless. Good luck. One of the hardest things to do in this video game. One of the most exciting things to do in this video game. Direct had you pogging? I was able to catch up with Direct. I didn't watch it live. Why didn't I watch it live? I think because I was IRL working. Because what is that? That was yesterday, right? So yeah, I think I was IRL working or something, so I couldn't watch it at all. But I caught up with it a bit in Zuon's stream, because she was watching in her stream, so I caught a little bit of it. But I kind of already more or less knew what was what had been already presented and talked about and stuff, so... Yeah, pretty exciting stuff. A couple of new things that, you know, might be interesting. That I might entertain the idea of, but there's just so many games out there, you know? I didn't continue story until I felt like stopping doing skirmishes. So, I think I just finished chapter 9 the other day. Okay. I kind of want to get moving with the story. Like, I kind of want to make sure that I'm staying in range of, like, being able to beat the game. Because I am not going to be able to play it next Friday, and maybe the Friday after that, because we are playing Blanc with my good friend and moderator Kyrie, which is a co-op artistic game. Actually, thanks to Gearbox, we actually have codes for that game, so that's really cool of them. And we'll be playing that next Friday to give it a nice look, and you know, if you guys are interested in it. But it is a co-op. It's a mandatory co-op game, so I'm kind of excited for that. I really want to play more of that type of stuff, because I think that's such a unique genre of that kind of mandatory. You have to have, you know, 2 or more people playing the game kind of thing. I know, it just feels so bad, Snap, because its release date is way too close to potentially Deep Dungeon, and I can't start the game. Like, I'm going to start the game, and then I'm going to feel frustrated because I don't have time to beat the game. So, I'm gonna be playing that, like, after Deep Dungeon is done, maybe like April, maybe June, I don't know. Although I can't wait too long, because I gotta beat it before 16. Like, if I wait too long, then 16 comes out, and then rip my time. Although, I am planning, in the assumption that by June, Deep Dungeon will be on, like, maintenance mode. Like, you know, we'll get all accomplishments, we'll finish up some of the guides, and we'll just be back on, like, a typical schedule. I'm thinking when 16 comes out, I'll play it like a week straight. Like, we'll do all the streams 16 and try to, like, really push through that game, like, pretty hardcore. And then beat that game, beat it down. Oops, I didn't even do that. Hold on, I need to test into the song yet. Let's do this one. And, like, play that game to, like, I don't know, 100% platinum, whatever it is, and then get back into the regularly scheduled program. Cause my justification is that it's still a Yoshi P game. So I'm still playing a Yoshi P game, so it's okay. I can divert my schedule to just play that one. My justification. Good, y'all did. Come with me. Sploon DLC announcements had you pogging. I think that's the one that had the Nier thing, right? Yeah, like a little bit of a Nier crossover there. Ada, do you think you're gonna finish a game this year? What's the over-under? Yes, no, maybe? It was definitely Nier-like. We'll see what happens. Yeah, because I saw the trailer, because I heard about it. And then I saw the trailer, and yeah, it didn't explicitly say Nier, but it certainly looked very Nier. Nier-like. What game, huh? Yeah, do you think you're gonna finish the game this year at all? You think you're gonna see credits? I'm still holding you to it, that you'll see credits of something this year. I believe in you, but, you know. Why I feel so insulted by that? You're the one who put yourself in that situation. I am just pointing it out. That's on you, not me. We all know I'm gonna rock the Dead Cells DLC. Oh yeah, that's right. But yeah. The Castlevania crossover thingy, right? Hey, Brookie! How you doing, Brookie? I'm going well, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well. Here. Living with a serious case of sniffles? No, everyone's getting sick. Stop! I know a lot of people IRL who are already sick. Everyone's not getting sick, thanks. Appreciate it. I will, don't worry. I have Fire Emblem and Hogwarts to beat this year. Okay. Just make sure, like, that doesn't mean, like, December 31st, okay? Like, sometime in the next, like, 2 weeks or something. Alright, we try the next song. Oh, we're not out of this floor yet. Dang. Dang, we had to kill everything. I want to play Octopath 2 so bad, though. I really like the first one. You know, I had a little bit of complaints about the first one, but overall, that is a game that I highly recommend everyone to try out. And, I just can't wait to play the second one. Then I feel like beating Breath of the Wild before the second one comes out around May. Oh, that's ambitious. You had no time for that, Ada? Wait, what happened to Persona 5? That doesn't count. Okay. Alright. Alright. Didn't you also try playing Chained Echoes, or is that different? Did I leave off the other 5 games that you're trying to play? Or Ada. Hey, you shot the chest. Fog. Okay, there is a chest. Oh, you dropped the chest. Got it. This song sounds so much like the one from 7 Remake. Which I can't remember the name of the song. Ooh, strength shield. But it's when you're climbing up the, you go to the point of no return and you're going up towards the Shinra headquarters in Remake. That's that area. WHM, I'll use it. Actually, my palms are pretty good. Looks like they're pretty much set to go. Hey, what up, Fraggy? Happy Thursday. Yeah, sure, no. Make my life easier here. What up, Mylodon? I have a size coming in, we'll just pull everything. I don't need that strength. Oh, that's the wrong button. I didn't mean to do that button. Okay. So with all the Euro talk recently, does anyone know where she went? I don't know. I personally don't know. So I'm sure she's gonna show up once EO drops. But I have no idea. Disrespect. Yeah, I don't have a clue. Oh. Not that it matters. Okay, cool. Okay. 1 minute ad, and we'll continue. So give me a minute, alright guys? 60 seconds, we'll be RP. 71. Let's start up the next song. So we've done... I don't think I did Shine On yet. Let's finish up with... Let's do this one next. Strength. I don't like that poetry. I gotta make a new one. Oh, I don't want an Anzu. Well, no, it doesn't matter. Ah! I like the music. Overall, aside from testing to see if YouTube will like it or not, seeing how the music plays in this content, kind of, sees what kind of vibe I like. And I like it. Like, honestly, I might prune some songs a little bit. Like, replace a few songs and like, remove them. Not because they're a problem, but more just, Like, sometimes I feel like when a song plays, like, I don't want to hear it, and that's not a good thing to have in a playlist, so... I might try to edit some songs, but... It's not Anzu. There it is. I don't know what this chest is, I think I get the rage. Ooh! I didn't use it yet, right? Nope. Alright. Also, welcome back from that ad. Quick ad. But the ads are kind of light this month. Not to mention they're not really paying me that much for the ads, so you know, may as well keep it low. Don't really have to play them as long as I keep them off the stream. I wonder when that new pre-roll. They have like a new pre-roll situation that they're gonna add in. I don't know if they put that in yet. Where I think you can have more pre-roll minutes kicked out when you do ads, which is gonna be nice for the newer user coming into play. I don't know when that is happening. Hey Patchwork! Speaking of not seeing ads, hello.
Angelus Mimicina Mimic, I got the legendary Quad Mimic today. Low floors toe, thankfully.
Low floors toe. The legendary 4 quad. Oh my god, I've never seen a 4 on my stream. Well, did you play the lottery right after? That's clearly what the next decision should be, that you play the lottery right after. Ah! Birds of death. Thank you for that 7 months of continued support. Much appreciated. Don't belly flop! I hate you. I hate it. Raising? Well, that means I can go riskier. Alright, time for the big pool. Is everyone ready? Let's just big pool all day. And then I die, and then it's okay. Come here. Come here. I want to know what that chest is. Oh, lust. Hey, this song, yeah. You know, Boki, I knew you'd appreciate it. New music in, testing them out. Live tests. Alright, let's test out the next one. This is like a small room, probably. Okay. Yep, it is 6 kills. I missed the pull there. Nice, I love mimics, my favorite. Oh, unfortunate. I'm gonna witching. Light Data Center doesn't have a single Black Mage clear. Sounds like your destiny. You can do it. I'm surprised. Light would be... Who's in Light? Matt's in Light, Sky's in Light. Jenny's in Light. I'm surprised, really? Are you talking Palace, though? Maybe you're talking Palace. I know Heaven on High, there should be clears. Oh yeah, Sadie I don't think got... Oh yeah, Sadie for sure I don't think has a Palace Black Mage cleared because he's still working on it. That I know he doesn't have it. Matt hasn't gone for Omni. I know Jenny got... I think Jenny was working Omni for Heaven on High, but I'm not sure about Palace. Hey Jonks, how you doing? Yeah, you know, actually running down the roster, Fraggy, I guess that does pan out. Yeah. It was weird. My friend just started playing. He's got it in his head. He wants to be a Sprout Necromancer. I made him convert. I can't believe, Ultimortal, how many people actually like genuinely want to pull that off. Like, you know how niche that is? Like, this is already niche content. You know how niche it is to actually achieve it on Sprout? That's just so crazy to me. I'm doing awesome, thanks for asking. Didn't have a great sleep last night. I tried to take a nap earlier, and that wasn't great either, but I feel okay right now. And I'm like crossing my fingers here, Jongs, because we were just talking about it earlier. And I think, who was it? Was it Brokey? Brokey was saying you had some sniffles? It seems like some sickness is going around. Again. And there's a couple IRL co-workers and such that I have that are sick now. And I just saw them yesterday. And it's like... I hope I'm not gonna take anything. I mean, I had my mask on. They didn't. Which is fair. I mean, I don't say that in like a negative way. You know, I made the decision to have my mask on, and hopefully I'll be okay, but... You know... It's, there's just a lot of people I know who are just coming down with stuff. And it's not even like the same thing. It's like people just have like different symptoms. Like someone has a fever, someone has body aches and headaches, someone has scratchy throat, someone has strep throat. Like it's just like all over the place. Like, oh boy, like holy moly. Please do not get me sick. I have an important month and an important March to go to. So I need to be in tip-top condition for the next coming weeks. Me and my mom have been sick from... Jeez. I don't even think it's COVID. Like, I like... That's one I haven't heard of for a while. Like, people getting COVID. I just hear, like, this flu, cold, you know, strep. So, I'm hoping, like, my terrible sleep isn't some residue or something related to it, but... I feel okay. The vid. I know it. See, I know it's still around, Magnus. So that I'm definitely not discounting. However, like the current sickness right now, it's like I don't think it's COVID. It's like the other stuff. Current strain isn't quite epidemic yet. Gotcha. Like endemic yet. Gotcha. Yeah, it's just. I think you're just getting. I think people are catching up now with. You know, less people are wearing masks and everything. And I think everyone is just getting caught up with all the germs that they avoided, like, before or whatever. I mean, I'm keeping mine on. I'm never taking my mask off. I don't care what people say. If any of you guys go to PAX East, I'm gonna be at PAX East. You'll see my mask on. I know, like, they have a mandate. I know that there's, like, I think they have requirements for you to have mask on, but, like, oh. Woo! That was gonna be a 30-second hypnotize, but I do have raising on, so I don't care as much. I keep hitting that chest by accident. Good merch choice? True. I mean, you did give me the idea. Yeah, well, I'm still working on that department of things. But yeah, you gave me the beach towel. Which I actually need to run that by my artist. I forgot, I didn't tell that to my artist. I need to run that by my artist. I think she'll have a kick out of it. Yeah, the masks might be something, but the beach towels is one thing that I forgot to tell my artist. Dad, don't anybody ask if anyone goes to PAX because she doesn't know anyone who goes. How goes there when? Wait. That the Donut Bunny asked if anyone goes to PAX because she doesn't know anyone. How goes there when you rated her? Who goes there when you? Oh, yeah, because I got into an agreement with D-Buns that she is taking my tickets off my hands because I had to get rid of my tickets, and we talked about it, and she is taking the tickets off my hands, which is fantastic. So she's definitely gonna be there. I'm gonna have like a lunch with D-Buns. That'll be fun. But I don't know. Well, I do know actually I have some FC buds that are gonna be there. But outside of that, I don't know anyone else that's going to be there outside of D-Buns. I hear you on never taking off the mask. As the main breadwinner in my household, can't afford to get. Yeah. Oh man. I mean, I don't know if you guys were here when I got COVID in was it July? I got COVID. And like I got COVID on I got confirmed COVID on a Wednesday. I was feeling like crap on a Tuesday. Like we still managed to like be okay. How did this go? I think I had it like I was starting to feel symptoms on a Monday, and then on a Tuesday, that's when I canceled stream because I was feeling like crap. And then Wednesday was really kicking in, and then the Thursday I'm like, I gotta stream. Like I need to feel better, and I need to just like go and stream. And I sounded so horrible, but I just wanted to play games. So yeah, something like that. Or no, it was a Wednesday I think. It was like a Wednesday, and then I skipped Thursday, and then we streamed Friday. I sounded like absolute ass, but I still wanted to stream, even like in the middle of COVID. But yeah, it made me feel better just to play games. Like that's what it came down to. Like if I wanted to like feel mentally better and stop feeling like terrible, I just had to play video games. And that really helped me. I didn't get it from working in the hospital with the C+ patients. Got it from a roommate who didn't think they were all that sick. That's how it works, you know? Unfortunately, it's how it works, dude. In the fire. You glad you're able to escape getting COVID? Good. I mean it's still around, so don't let your guard down, but that was nearly me yesterday playing games while sick to feel better, but I was foiled by maintenance. Oh yeah, I apologize for that, sorry. I think me and Finch debated a lot of people. I could have sworn it was gonna be on the Tuesday. You could have given me like a chest. Guess not. Almost lost my run because of maintenance, but double checked 50 minutes before. Bless. They don't usually do it on a Wednesday night. So Wednesday night, Thursday morning. That's not a very common maintenance time. That would be terrible. That would have been horrible. Oh boy. Oh boy. Am I lazy? I'm not that lazy. I think I have 2 more songs to check, and then we'll go back to the regularly scheduled program of my playlist. Of the regular Necromancer newly updated playlist. The Necromancer playlist. Yeah, right? What's up, Russia? Good save. Yeah, whatever. Oh, you interrupted me? Are you kidding me? Jerk. Wait, he's gonna go here first. I need to stop forgetting my dot. That is something I'm going to be really bad about. Okay, 14. Uh-oh, time for meteor. Don't stand in front. It's a really big tornado. Alrighty. Let's do a quick 1-minute ad. We'll update the title and continue. So BRB in 60 seconds. Thank you for watching, guys. BRB. And we shall go and continue. 81 plus. Boom. Alright. Let's do the next song. We got 2 more songs to test right now. And we are going back to normal. I know it's like, we barely did it. Oof, it's tight. I need to fix that image. Strength. Ooh. Ninth Lions, how are you doing on this Thursday? Hope things are going okay and hope you're feeling better. I have a witching, I can pull one more. Thank you for watching that ad, guys, appreciate it. We can do 4, let's just do 4. No dice, never lucky. Okay, let's get the pitching. Wait, there's another chest. Another shank? Sure, I'll use it. Is there an item that cures melee silence? Oh, you're talking about amnesia? Not that I know of. I don't think any item cures amnesia. I don't even think, like, I think a remedy wouldn't do it either. I don't actually don't even, do we even have remedies? But yeah, nothing cures amnesia. Housing demolition. Is that only EU? I mean, that would make sense if it's EU, but I wasn't... I know I saw the notification, I just wasn't sure if it was just EU. Which, again, would make a lot of sense. I think Jonks means the one you get from stepping... Yeah, that one. Well, I think Jonks means the amnesia, right? Yeah. Because, I mean, you have silence, technically, but obviously a melee doesn't get silence, it gets amnesia. So, yeah. Just see you. Okay. Oh, that means I have to keep walking in my house, huh? I need to remember to walk in my house every, what, 60 days, I think? There was one time, I got to within 72 hours of my house getting demolished. because I just simply forgot. Like, I got the email, and they're like, your house is about to go, you better go inside. I'm like, oh. And then they showed me, like, the time that was left over is, like, 72 hours. I'm like, oh, I think I should walk in my house. Like, I log in every day, I don't go into the house, so... Yes, so the impeding trap, you get silence and amnesia. So obviously casters can get rid of it by doing Echo Drop, but you have no way of getting rid of amnesia. At least as far as I know. Unless they happen to add some new item in, but I'm almost certain that you can't. Oh, that's a treasure room, and they're all watching a movie. Let me just see if it's the exit as well. So, you guys have fun over there. I'm gonna go this way. Wait, actually, support with me. Pain. Oh, I missed. Oh, right, because I'm blind. I missed! Not missing a size. Good thing I pulled the other one, so I still needed like a little bit of extra kill. Similar here would be iJaws being affected from life force. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Because it's not a removable buff. So like, if you ever notice when you get a buff in the game, there's like a white bar on top of the buff, and that means you can do the Asuna on it. So the blind here is a permanent buff because there's no white bar. You can't just remove it. But it's a floor debuff, so that means it's part of the floor, as opposed to it being on the character. Yeah. Wow, I need a lot more kills, so... Oh, come here. Or I can just rage. Although a neat interaction, which is something that you want to take note about for Eureka Orthos, because it will apply to Eureka Orthos and doesn't apply to technically Heaven on High. It's that when you transform, as far as we know, I mean, they could be different in Eureka Orthos, mind you that, but in Palace of the Dead, whenever you transform, none of the transformations are affected by blind. So you can't miss rage, you can't miss resolution, you can't miss lust. They will always hit the target. So under that assumption, that should mean that Dreadnought should hit the target. Now, a good question, which would be something that we don't know until we see it, is do the Demiclone miss? But I think you'll probably see it right away if we can target the Demiclone, if it'll get the blind too. But part of me feels like I'm sure the Demiclone probably doesn't miss, right? So it'll always hit its mark no matter what. Alright, this is the last song we're testing. And then I'll be uploading this to YouTube by the end of the night or tomorrow, and then we'll see if the YouTube gods are angry. So I don't think Yoshi P tried to target the clone. It didn't show up in the party lists. Like, that's one thing I think we took a look at and we're trying to see, but it didn't show up in the party list, but he didn't target the thing, I think. He just looked at it. So it's a fair question. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, you know, dude, when I pop my first... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pop the first Demiclone and probably use it in, like, the boss to see what happens in the boss. Like, I'm curious to see, like, is it gonna be good on a boss or not? But yeah, I'm gonna probably do a whole bunch of things to see, like, is there an HP bar? Can we click it? Can we see anything? Does it get affected by... Like, there's so many good questions out there. And they would be very important to know, like, what the answer is, because that could determine what your strategy is, you know? Maybe you utilize the Demiclone to get through a blind floor instead of a Serenity. That could be a thing, you know? What happens if you have no abilities? Does that also reduce the things that the Demiclone could do, or do they bypass no abilities, you know? mean, you would want to think that they do, because if you think of a Magicite bypasses all of that. Because it's ever powerful, like it just blows everything up. So you want to think that it's on that level of power, but you don't know. I don't know. You can't necessarily make that assumption. Chocobos can die, so Munin can too. Yeah. I think what was noticed though, Jonks, is that although it was a really small sample case, because he fought like one enemy with the Demi-Clone, it looked like the Demi-Clone wasn't able to be targeted. So you think of it like the fairy, or the summoner pet, that it exists, but it doesn't really become a target. So that could be possible. But again, the sample size is way too small. Like he picked the one Demi-Clone he spawned casts petrification, and like the enemy wasn't doing anything. And by the time the enemy was able to do anything, it died. So these are very good questions. We're not gonna know the answer until maybe the patch notes will describe it, you know? The patch notes might talk about it. They might go into depth about what a Demi-Clone can and can't do, who knows? Having Demi-Clones be targetable might be problematic for bot encounters when going solo. It can go two ways, Jinty. It can go two ways. So here's an idea, okay? Here's a negative idea. Let's do the negative idea first. What happens if it's a very powerful commander, and because it's very strong, it takes aggro from you. You know, Sans a tank, of course, but it takes aggro from you and then dies in the encounter. That would really suck. But here's another thought. What if you have mechanics take the 150 boss? Take the 150 boss. Take Serbi. Take well, Serbi would be kind of a bad example, but just for the sake of argument, take Serbi. Take 50 boss of Heaven on High, where like if there's more people on the field, they take away some of the mechanics from the solo person, and if they're invulnerable but are still targetable, that might mitigate the amount of mechanics that you actually get to see and you actually have to interact with, potentially. I mean, you could also run into a possibility where if they are targetable, maybe there is a boss that requires you to have the Demi-Clone. You know? Like, you need to have it out in order to succeed. Like that could be a possibility, like, we don't know. It's a thought, but it can go either way. Like, you could be right, and that would be a way to plan it, because then maybe you don't use a Demi-Clone on the boss, because you're gonna risk losing it on the boss. You know, that becomes... Then the strategy is, okay, blow your Demi-Clone on the floor. Like, you just don't use it on the boss. You know, that's what you plan to do. Like, right now, when you're looking at the Magicites, right? I mean, yeah, you can use a Magicite on the bosses, but, like, they're gonna do very little damage, right? You get up to Onra, you try to use a Garuda, Titan, and Ifrit, it's gonna do like 5% damage. Like it's like a weight. It's like you're just blowing the Magicite because of a silly emergency. It's not gonna do much. But then of course you have the one Magicite Odin that wipes it out. So like it could be something like that, where maybe the higher and higher you go, the less effective the Demi-Clones are, or they're killable. They die, which means you don't want to use it because they're gonna get wiped out. So it's a very good questions. I can't believe we're a month or two away. A month away. Almost less than a month. So the forecast is either March 7th or March 14th, and I'm hoping it's March 7th because, again, I'm going to PAX East, so I would like to have a little bit more time to take care of business in EO. But it's February 9th right now. We're like less than a month to March 7th. So it's there, it's right there. I'm really excited. Alright guys, I do appreciate you all helping me test out my music. Thank you very much. We're gonna go back to the regularly scheduled program, and we shall see if YouTube is gonna be happy. Amazing. Ooh, nice. Hello, worm. Maybe there are different demi-clones, one for floors, one for bosses, one just limps the cat girl that does bee's knees, and so on. It just takes aggro because the enemies just stare at it all the time. Can you imagine that Ninth Lions, that there happens to be a dud demi-clone? Like, what if there's a demi-clone that's RNG? It's like Gilgamesh. Where, like, you pop it, and then maybe it helps you, and maybe it doesn't. That would be wicked. The ultimate gamble Pomander. White Mage Gang. Hey, Calcified. Night's going pretty well. Thank you for asking. A little bit of a chill day today, but, Minesweeper Demi-Clone just runs around and steps on traps. Yo, wow, what if he stepped on a luring trap? Is he gonna kill the luring trap? You better kill the luring trap. Yeah, the question mark palm that randomly chooses which Pomander triggers. Can you imagine? I want them to be funny and like I want someone to use an alteration on floor 9 and it changes the boss. Like I want that to happen, you know? That'll be sick. Like that'll add an interesting layer to Deep Dungeon, where you have 2 bosses that could happen, maybe even 3 bosses because you use a flight, and then you have to decide like, do I want to sacrifice the pump to make this happen? Like that'll be awesome, right? I don't know if you're gonna get that though, like that'll be a little OP, but that'd be great if they do something like that. I can't believe it's like happened in a month. Ultimate Pox, oh my god. I think the Rage was the other side. Can I boost? Exactly. And it will be in the realm of Deep Dungeon, so get the Rage. Boom, 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 boom. I want that. You get a behemoth-sized mimic? I'll take it. That'll be nice for the memes. Be nice for the VOD too. And collar. Never lucky. Hey Delect. Got my first ever Heaven on High solo clear on Warrior today, and the time management guide was a massive help. Heyo! Welcome to the club! I am so happy to hear those time management guides are good. You know, those are guides that they are definitely good to be separate from the regular tutorial. You know, like the tutorial will be like, hey, step in, first time, let's get you through for the first time. Time management is okay, you've already done a couple times, let's get you through the clear. And I'm so happy to hear that those videos are good. Wallin! Thank you for sniping yet another new clear. The lone hero, Delect. Welcome to the club. Congratulations. Cows, hello! It is White Mage. Finally! After all this time, I'm actually on White Mage. I haven't done White Mage this entire expansion till right now. Momerath. Thank you for the follow. I butchered your name, I apologize, but I hope you will forgive me. The real meme is when behemoth-sized mimic is the easier boss, so it becomes a strat to hold on alteration for a certain floor. Imagine that'll be the day, like that'll be the conflict for score runners. Is do you use the alteration for points, or do you use the alteration to speed up your boss fight? That'll be a sick way to go about that, right? Best healer job? We'll see. I do like Sage a lot, so we'll see how I feel about this, but... The no potion runs are a very good resource to look at for people already familiar with dungeon. I think different looks. I think that's where also you're seeing Aurora and Finn, especially. They're pushing that whole, you know, the different perspectives of clearing. The no chest run, the first person run, the Finn's walking run. I think seeing different looks of how the content is being able to get smashed is very helpful to lots of people. And for sure you're gonna see that from me when we get into EO. We'll have all those various guides, you know, whatever I think is gonna be needed based on kind of the questions and the inquiries of people. We will definitely handle that. With his monitors turned off. He's just gonna be blindfolded. Yeah, but he has to prove that the monitors are off, right? That's the tough part. I mean, you know, I'm someone who, like, I like to trust in people, right? I trust people, but I mean, if I was gonna do a blindfold run, then I better make sure that you guys believe that I'm using a proper blindfold. I mean, if he turns off his monitors, he has to find a way to showcase that his monitors aren't on, you know? Half monitor covered. Still gotta prove it though. Still gotta prove it. Cause someone out there is gonna be like, well, did he really do it? You don't wanna give any doubt. You wanna make sure that it's a secure thing. It's like, yeah, I did it. You know, come at me, bro. That should be the response. Oh, I'm in that. I'm surprised I got the cast off. Just ask the cat to record. That's true. What could possibly go wrong? Wait, why am I caring about this thing? I'm in like melee mode. Let's test my skills to benediction, shall we? Let's see how good. Oh, never mind. I killed it. Never mind. Not testing benediction. I kind of pride myself in my ability to use benediction. Why did I take like a year? What the hell? Maybe I should have let that bomb go so I could test benediction. Record the Finn's blindfolded backwards walking. Actually, I think that's more Aurora's thing, right? Is that more up his alley? Alright, 1 minute. I'll be right back in 60 seconds, guys. So 60 seconds for that ad. So BRB, alright? And then we shall continue. Exactly. I utilize it a lot in Savage. Benny's fun. Benny is fun, like, quotations, because I'm well aware, Calcified, of its delay. Like, it has that delay. So you have to kind of predict the future a little bit with it. But that's what makes it kind of fun, a little bit. Have disrespected, but yeah. Welcome back to the yeah, guys. Thanks for sitting through that. I appreciate it. Hey Cherub, have fun on the White Mage? I will try. Is this the lone Necromancer? Ooh, hey Void Hunter, how you doing? Steal, yay. I wish you could heal mummies to kill them. I too wish that, yeah. They have that mechanic in FF11, but you can't do it in this game. You know what reminds me, Jonks? I'm not sure if anyone here played FF11 in the past, but this one thing sticks in my mind. I was on vacation in Seattle, and this was during the time when I was still playing FF11. So I was on vacation, blah blah blah, you know, I was trying to keep up with the news. They had a patch when I was away. Not really important, like, I gotta remember what the patch was at all. But then I started hearing chatter in the forums. In that patch, they broke the game so bad. And what happened was, there was something that, just a code, whatever it is, that made it so that a white mage cure, which did work on undead, like you could cure undead and deal damage, but it wasn't really a method that you typically utilize. For that patch, it made it such that it one-shot all the undead in the game. Like, everything that was undead just got one-shot. So you're talking bosses, you're talking, like everything. And like they just like had to like shut the game down like immediately because it was just way too broken and they had to go fix it. Like that's the first time I ever seen like an emergency maintenance like hours after the main patch because the game was that broken. I've only read lore and listened to music from 11. Must have been early on. It was oh yeah, it was like, oh man, where was it? It was probably in Wings of the Goddess or something. It wasn't like early on. It was definitely a lot later when I was still like I was on the threshold of quitting the game. So it was around that time, but it was like, yeah. And I wasn't around for it. I missed it. But I wouldn't have gotten anyway because it happened like they fixed it so fast. But yeah, it was hilarious. It just the calculations for holy damage was just broken. The one and only time I witnessed a Final Fantasy MMO finish up a patch and then reclose the servers within hours. Playing Waits, Early Stop, Zillard, End Prime. Zillard, and yeah, I was in like the end of Zillard as well. Because I entered during the PS2 era when they came to NA. So a little bit after that, because I played PS2 first before I went to my computer, and I played all the way up until I think the content was called Void Watch, which was Wings of the Goddess. I never saw the last expansion, Seekers. I never got to there, but that's as far as I got to play. I'll never forget that. Reading the forums and reading the information on it, never did forget it. Like, honestly, it might still be somewhere, like, if you search it up in, like, the patch notes in, like, old Final Fantasy 11. Something about miscalculation of cures or something, like, it would be in the patch notes. Doing alright, says Void Hunter. Been printing all day. Okay. Cool. My witching back, good. I love slide casting. Alright, same. God damn it. Oh, I had a purity. No! Rip. I saw that late. Mimics have been a little strong today. Wait, something just spawned. Good. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Alto. I've had some bad luck with it so far. What's my potency here? 140 for holy. So that's 280. And wait. 280, 220, okay. A little bit more in multi. Super Mario RPG soundtrack slaps. Just make sure no one tells Nintendo when we play it, okay? Because otherwise the Nintendo FBI will come over, start knocking on my door. We always have to keep it a hush hush. They get really particular about the music being used. Yeah, it gets very scary. So that's why we have to keep it always like on the down low when we play it. Yeah, why not? Noishi, hello, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Pull you. What is the first chest? Alteration. Which I skipped. Trying to fog Necro with Dragoon. Yo, let's go. We're gonna make a lot of people happy. My friend Magnus is gonna be happy with that. Chila's gonna be happy with that. We have a lot of Team Dragoons. Only one not happy with that is probably Sig. Sig will probably just kind of, you know, shake his head, but, you know, that's Sig. Different story with him. Oh my god, the mimics today. You be very happy, Ray? I like Dragon. Dragon was a fun job for me. Maybe I'll just use the alteration. I like finding a mimic, then two patrols walk into the room. That sounds like a bar joke. That's like something you tell, like, you know, like some joke about a mimic and two patrols go into the bar or something. What's the conventional wisdom for mimics on healer? Have a destructible wall next to you so you can punch it every time something shows up. I main Dragoon outside Deep Dungeon, love everything about it. I did not like Dragoon before, mostly because it didn't flow very well in specifically Deep Dungeon, and now I like it because it flows better. Don't check chest after the key opens. Yeah, that also would be a pretty good one. With Pox, I mean, I have a Pox rule, but it's more of a general rule for me. When you have to deal with Pox. So basically, if I have 3 Purity, I would typically use the purity right away after I get a Mimic, but I would never go below 2 purity in any given run, because I would save 2 for 2 specific reasons. One is if I have to transform, because you don't want to have a transformation and then taking your HP away without auto-healing. 2, you don't want pox to the boss, because especially for a healer and like really any other job, you know, you're doing less damage, so the boss is gonna take that much longer. And if it's like 10-15%, then it's going that much longer, you know, of a fight, so you don't want that to happen. Now, there are exceptions. It's a little bit job-based, etc. Also, I have one personal exception, which is something that you can believe in or not, but I do have a superstition. If the very first chest I open is a Mimic, I will try to check at least 1 or 2 more chests before I decide to purity. Because I have this superstition that the floor probably for some reason has a high rate of Mimics, and I don't want to play around with that. So I check at least 1 or 2 more chests and then I decide to purity, again assuming I have 3. Also, another exception, if you're Scholar. Because the thing that's fun about Scholar is you have a fairy, and the fairy heals you in transformation. So the whole concern about having a purity specifically for transformation is no longer a problem for Scholar, because you're getting heals anyway. But for most other jobs, that's what I would typically do. So like, the logic for me about that, Rasha, here's the logic, okay? Let's say you're in the 150 plus and you get like a handful of Mimics, right? Whatever. Your purity. Oh, no more purities. I'm just gonna have to deal with the Pox. That sucks. Pox is there. What can I do? I'm out of purities. So you think to yourself, or rather I thought to myself, well, if I have to deal with Pox at some point, I may as well do it under my control. Like, where in the run are the worst times to have Pox on and the best times to have Pox on? So having it in between floors when you're just killing trash enemies, not a bad deal, as opposed to having it in a transformation or against the boss. And that's where my decision for purities come into play. Like, you don't want to overcap, right? That would suck if you overcap, because then you're wasting a purity, but that's where I kind of think about it. So that's the general logic that I have with a purity and a box. Happens every time you purity the next chest. Yeah, exactly. I'm superstitious about that. I don't think there's any proven thing or logic behind that other than literal superstition. I think even if you tell me mathematically it's a low percentage chance, it doesn't really matter, because I've seen it enough times to believe in it. Shout out the first chest being a Mimic on the GDK. Yeah. And then followed up by killing all the frames. That was one powerful Mimic. I spawned it and then the frames died. Yeah, but hope that made sense, Rasha. Mimic Pox the stream, it did. Typical of Mimics, yeah. Typical Mimics. Ooh, shit. Ooh, safety. Hello? Use that button. We are going to 130 today. If any of you guys are usually here watching some of the low floor climbs, a majority of the time I stop at 120, but for healers I'll stop at 130. So we're going to 130 today. You still stick to the walls even if you safety? I saw Finn, yes, I saw Finn on Tuesday. I mean, he probably did it a couple times, and I probably did it a couple times, but there was at least one instance where we crossed over the spawn room after the room had already been safetied, and he's still hugging the wall. I almost said something, but I'm like, I do the same thing, what's the big deal? Like, I ran down the middle, he was going to the edge, it's good. Well, you know your brain has deep dungeon rot when you're IRL in the mall or in the supermarket and you're just hugging the wall there. That's when you're really, like, you really achieved a really big level in deep dungeon. That you just won't go down the middle of the aisle, you know? Gotta watch those traps. You never done that? Well, you gotta do my deep dungeon. Middle of the room is lava, exactly. Passy Pawn, thanks for follow. Reminds me of a game, and you probably have no relation to it at all. And maybe even haven't heard of the game. But it reminds me of this PSP game called Patapon, which was a tribal rhythm game. You basically had an army of soldiers that followed the beat of your drum to kill opponents. That was fun. That was a good game. It got really weird on the second one, but the first one was good. Did not mean that literally, but I guess on these floors it really is lava. Yeah, this is really lava, yeah. Oh my god, stop! How many times am I gonna say I don't want pucks? Oh. Lay steel I shall use. Left flights I shall use that. Crazy some people have played this game for years and haven't seen past 60+. I don't think it's as crazy as you seem. Honestly, in my opinion, Jonks, I think it's still crazy for people to go above 60. As opposed to the other way around, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's becoming less and less of a thing, less and less of a weird thing, but I think there's still a vast majority of people who view Palace of Dead as the most boring content in the game. And Heaven on High, in that matter. Wow, it's all you do is just grind. It's just really boring. It's the same thing over and over. It's like, yeah, because you do the same thing over and over. No wonder it's boring. I'm bored of it. I don't even do it. I've had, for some reason, the YouTube Shorts are kicking in, like, a lot more views than, like, normal the past month. I think they changed around their algorithm for YouTube Shorts. But I have definitely gotten a handful of comments being like, what is this content? I've never seen this before. I'm like, it's Palace of the Dead. Welcome. Even though, like, the title says it, PoTD, what floor it is, you know, what job it is, like, everything's there. They're like, I've never seen this before. What is this? It's okay, people don't read titles. Not a big deal. When I heard of Palace, I wanted to do it with a group before discovering solo existed. That's generally the thing. I mean, like, what's funny, Jonks, is, you know the reason why I know about the solo? Because I read the patch notes when it came out, that you could enter by yourself, and that it had a leaderboard. Like, that was the two things that was like, wow, I want to do this content. It's competitive, and I can do it solo. A competitive solo leaderboard. And that was from reading the patch notes. It wasn't just like hopping in and like just YOLO, let's just play the game, whatever. Where I think a lot of people right now, I mean, where are you gonna read the patch notes for this thing? You're looking at guides, you know, maybe you're looking at Icy Veins, where we have some of the information up there. Or you're looking at the videos for Deep Dungeon, like you're not looking at patch notes for Deep Dungeon, so you don't know off the top of your head, or off the top of the whatever, that this is what this content provides, you know? I mean, it's gonna get explained in the patch notes coming up. Like, you're gonna see it get explained over there. You're gonna see stuff mentioned about the leaderboard, you're gonna see stuff mentioned about doing it solo. Obviously, they're not gonna talk about the solo title until you see it in game, but, you know, all that stuff is gonna be part of it. You're gonna see it there. I spent way too much time in Diadem. I had to mod the song out of PoTD. I love this song. This song is so good. That's hilarious. I'll leave it on for the rest of the night. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. But I do like the song. I learned about PoTD when I first started playing. Went, oh, I'll try soloing that. Stepped on a mine in every room on the first floor, ate several final things, and went, never mind. Yeah, that's about the experience that I know a lot of people have. That's for sure. This content's dumb. But I like how your solution, 9 lines, is I'll mod it out of the game, not let me mute my music and play my own playlist. Like that's like hardcore, you know? See, this song, I would be surprised. Because I know if I had any people who played FF11 back when this content came out, Abyssy, I would bet this one gives them, like, PTSD. Like, they would not want to hear this song, because this song plays forever when you're in Abyssy. Like, there's no other battle theme, it's just this theme, and you can hear it for literally all freaking day. Hours upon hours upon hours you hear this song. But I like it. It was a good song. Bum, 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 bum. This was the song that had the lyrics released, right, Mullen? The one that you shared from Reddit? So. Give me window music and PoTD. It's funny because I never realized that they're, like, readable lyrics. Play online, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Dum, 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 dum. Ah, there's the exit, I found it. I swear sometimes sound enemies are just doing what they want and not be sound. I've had aggro where I was clearly walking and they just decided, you know what, today I'm just not gonna be sound today. So yeah, I can feel that. I have no explanation for that happening. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, Mr. Dragon. There's something behind you, I swear. It's like big and ugly. He's gonna shoot me for whatever. It'll probably take longer for me to wait at this point. I know these guys are very meaty. They have a lot of HP. Yeah, I that did happen to me once, Free Fran. When I was doing controller for a little bit, I did jerk the controller on sound enemies and died. It happened once, but I did do that. Erniel, hello. Just wondering, do any of the bosses that strats change because of the buff to sustaining potion length now, or is it everything mostly the same? Mostly the same. I mean, if anything, you're looking at something a little bit easier. So the two notable situations is Behemoth is a little bit more comfy because you don't have to be so precise with when you use your sustaining. You can be a little loose with its use, and you'll probably be fine. Another situation is when you're trying to lust. It's very nice, because you'll have it up almost for the full duration of having the lust up, where it kind of gets spicy if you take a little bit too long trying to get lust onto the boss if you're lusting. But other than that, it's mostly the same. Yeah, not too much difference. It just makes the experience easier. Having the 30-second duration and still retaining the 15-second recast gives you a lot of flexibility. Like, you don't have to be so precise in your rotation that you have to force it out. Like, you can wait a little bit and find a really nice spot in your rotation, then fire off the next potion, even if you have to clip it a little bit. Like, it's really good. I just lost a floor 98 heaven on high to Pegasus. Please comfort me. I forgot to pop a steel after my raising went off. Oh my god, no! It happens. Look, Cloak Schemer, you're a 98. It sounds like you just died. Your mind is going crazy. You're trying to get into recovery mode. There's a lot of things that you're thinking about, so it happens. But now you probably don't forget that, and you'll do better next time. At least you didn't die. You didn't die to its AoE, did you? You just died to it just like smashing you in the face with its hoofs. Because I heard someone die to the Pegasus because the you know the circle AoE that it has? It's the one AoE aside from like a handful, but it's the one AoE that does not get LOS. Like, if you go around a wall, you still get hit by that AoE. And we had someone die to that. So, you know, feels bad. You try to be big brain trying to do an LOS play and it still hits you. Took a break for like a year. Well, you know, a year later, Herniel, actually more the thing you wanna get noted is Machinist is a lot, not a lot, but it is easier. It had potency boosts in 6.2. It now has stackable Heat Blast, which really helps anyone with a higher ping, so that exists now. It really is a lot better than a year ago, so something to keep that in mind. Here's an example. If you haven't checked my YouTube channel lately, I have these videos up where we have done Behemoth with no items at all. So no Super Potion or Tincture, and we cleared Behemoth. And the most recent one I did, we cleared Behemoth with no strength. Just lust, that's it, no strength, and we killed Behemoth. And I'm not suggesting that's what you should do, but it's more about a perspective thing. That it's like, okay, it's a lot comfier if you do everything normally, you know what I'm saying? Because we definitely couldn't do that before, and it's crazy now. Yeah, so, like, you know, I do that to hopefully make it feel a little better. You know, yeah, it's a little bit of showing off, a little bit of like showcasing a little bit, but at the end of the day, if you add in the extra factors, it should feel like, okay, maybe it'll be a little bit easier now, you know? Really motivated to get back into battles. It definitely is in a good spot right now, for sure. What if I get behind him? Do you think he'll see me? Do you think he's sound? Let's see if he's sound. Nope, he's proximity. Feels bad. Like the Mammoth in Heaven on High, I lost to Dancer and had no idea the AoE is misleading. The Goobus are the same thing, calcified, in 81 plus. Same concept. The Goobu Kono AoE is a fake out as well. You know, calcified. I can't wait for the next deep dungeon. When we get debated on all the fake AoEs. There is one really mean one that we had thought about. Because it was during the Omega Protocol hype. What if one of the debuffs was like a Kefka debuff? And all the AoEs are flipped in the floor? So you have to stand in all of them? Oh my, that's gonna tear people apart in their brains. Their brains are gonna get mush. So hype for fake AoEs, dying to them just leaves you in shock? Yeah. After running Heaven on High, says Jinty, I just assume that all Conal AoEs are 180 degrees no matter what. Yep. Estral, thanks for following. Like for me, Jinty, the gaze mechanics, I will go behind the enemy and turn around. I don't care if it is a Conal, I just go behind the enemy and turn around. Hey, Estral, thanks for the Prime Gaming right off the bat with the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, and thank you for the support. It really means a lot. So thank you. Yeah, don't risk it, dude. I just can't. I mean, you know, my answer, it's like, you know, if someone comes in here, Jinty, and tells me, they're like, hey, did you know that's a Conal? You can just turn around. My response is like, you don't understand. you just don't understand. You know, just let me do this, please. You don't get it. Came back in time for the good floors. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, do I eliminate this or do I eliminate this? What am I doing? Ow, everything hurts. I have an size coming up. Hello, buttons. I read OGCD floors and was confused. I kind of read that too, but I self-translated it to good floors. Yeah, it's the floors you weave in between GCDs, obviously. Ah! Hey Kai, how you doing? Good evening. Mad's new D dungeon's only 50, but brutal. I can do it in a stream. I think it is confirmed it's 100, but I could do it in the stream at least. Liggly Hearts! Why hello. Yeah. Oops. Shout out to Liggly Heart. Kind of them to raid our stream. Hello, welcome in. How was your 14 day? Hope you had a good day today. I'm Angel's Demoness. I do a lot of deep dungeon solo, and today we are taking in White Mage solo. Which I haven't done White Mage this entire expansion solo until today. So we are investigating it. So, how are you? How was stream? Thank you for dropping your crew over. I much appreciate it. Kai said I pulled the dumbest thing in Heaven on High 1 to 10 and pulled half big Ramon Warrior and lived. Well, it's not dumb, because that's like, you know, what normally the score runners do. As long as you live, it's not a dumb thing. Perfectly fine. Made it to the big bad 100 boss. Hey, what's up, Killajolt? I'm doing smart thing. You're doing a time efficient thing, so. Drawing some P8S for the first time, still almost there. Congratulations, I'm proud of you. Let's go. That fight's been getting to a lot of people. I've been hearing a lot of people talk about that fight and getting a little frustrated with it. So good to hear that you're almost there. Best score ever, guys. If you ever think you did a dumb thing, you just have to ask yourself, did I though? Yeah, did I die? Exactly. Did you die? Alright, I gotta push out a 1-minute ad, so 60 seconds for those not subbed, and we'll come back, alright guys? So BRB in 60. Wait, let me read Herniel's thing first. I know both are viable and it's mostly up to the preference, but do you recommend any strat for Behemoth in particular? Specific prefers clear. They're both viable, Herniel. I've always leaned into the healing strat, but that's only because that's what I'm used to. So, you know, whatever you're comfortable with. That's all it comes down to. Healing strat requires a little bit more weaving. Tincture is less weaving, but Tincture sits more on your ability to do more of a perfect rotation. I think healing strat is nice because it gives you a little bit more wiggle room. So if you're not that great at getting all of your, you know, your heat blasts in, or you're clipping through heat blasts, or you're losing GCDs in wildfire, healing strat might be good because it gives you a little bit of that cushion. Tincture, you have to kind of nail it, but you know what's a good thing about Tincture is that you can just practice on a striking dummy, because basically you just make sure your HP's capped, you pop a Tincture, and then you just do like a dummy hit, you know, like you're hitting a dummy. So you can practice that on a striking dummy. That's kind of nice. How do you maximize your chat box when you're rechecking palms? So listen up, Jackson, are you ready? System, keybind, systems, scroll down to the middle, log, window, zoom. I have it right now on num 5. So you press that button, ta-da, it opens it directly. You know, it's funny, and after this story I'll go into the 60-second ad. I am someone who is very particular about my windows and my HUD, and I know it's common for people to, like, you know, click the corner and drag it out, but I will never be able to return it back to where it was, because like it's like almost like partial OCD. So I actually have this feature off. I cannot manually drag it in. I turn that off. So that's a good way for me to just, you know, sift through the whole chat without having to do that. Exactly, yeah. So, alright, ad. 60 seconds, BRB. And we'll continue. Killagel wanted the ad, so I gotta give him the ad. Enjoy the Trojan ad or something like that. Actually, I haven't seen the Trojan ad in a while. Actually, I haven't seen ads in a while, period. I'm not sure what's up. Did I refresh my water? I did. Okay, let's continue. I click the corner and drag it because I never knew about the zoom, and then spend a minute or two trying to get it back. There you go. That's the one. So again, it's keybind, it's system, keybind. Sorry, not license. System, keybind. System over here, and then log, window, zoom. Uber Eats. Is it the guy eating tape? What the hell? It's gonna be one of those runs, guys. 1 century.
1 century. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Yo, thanks Killajoel for the 1-year support. I appreciate that. Coca-Cola. Oh, that sounds tasty. Guys, if I ever get a Pepsi ad, if I ever get a Pepsi sponsorship, I've certainly made it in life, okay? That's the one, that is the next bucket list goal. But that's a big bucket list, you know? In my gaming, like, if you want to call it a gaming career, I didn't have very many bucket list goals, but I had a couple. And welcome back from that ad. One of my early bucket list dreams when I was a lot younger was to be in a Final Fantasy concert. Because I remember hearing the music and then I heard it orchestrated. I'm like, oh my god, this would be so good to hear live. And then Distant Worlds happened, and I'm like, oh my god, I can hear it live, and then that happened. So I got to get Distant Worlds. And then I know the criticism with E3, you know, how it's not as good as before and all that stuff. But when I was a kid, I was like, man, I would really love to go to E3 one day. And I got to go to E3 when it went public in 2018. And then the most recent one was, man, it'd be really cool to be on GDQ. And we got to be on GDQ. So I think, like, you know, the Pepsi ad will be like really up there, you know, like a certainly a big one. But hey, man, you know, we've gotten a couple goals that kicked off for the bucket list, so you know, don't want to, can never say never. Why are you too far? Although I will say, one of the ones I was kind of hoping for, which it doesn't seem like it's happening, which would have been really nice, was I might have gotten something, in terms of a potential paid sponsorship for Honkai Star Rail, which is gonna start their beta, I think in about what 4 hours or something. I don't think I got that one. It's this close, man. This close. I might still get something. Like, I don't know. So I got an email concerning Honkai. I actually got the confirmation with them that it was Honkai. There could be some other event that they have, but I mean, based on the information that they provided, it seemed like it was gonna be the beta testing that they're gonna have, like, starting up in a couple hours. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like I'm getting that one. So I would have liked. Dude, I've been looking forward to that game for like a whole year. So, but it's alright. Can't get everything. I wouldn't say that's a bucket list, but that was definitely something I was halfway hoping for. But it's alright. I'm so happy I got all the opportunities I have now. I mean, the sponsorship we got on Tuesday was a lot of fun. We did Clash Royale, and that was actually a pretty fun game. I actually did enjoy that game. We're gonna be doing Hero Wars next Tuesday, which I keep seeing ads for all the time. So it's gonna be nice to actually play the game, to know what the game's about. Actually, what's interesting with that one is they're actually giving me like an advanced account, so I can demonstrate all the features of the game if like you play the game for a while. So that's kind of interesting. Slap a Pepsi sticker on my water bottle? True, I could do that. I could just drink Pepsi too. I basically always have to have Pepsi in my household, like 24/7. Like there's always Pepsi in the house. Zoomy! Oh my god, it's my Team Drifter teammate. Oh no! I swear I know how to stream. I promise. Yo, what's up, Zoomy, guys? Zoomy is a fantastic creator. Does 14, does variety. Well, I guess because you're doing Persona, it's just Persona, because you'll be stuck with that game for like 10 years. But definitely check out Zoomy, and my teammate in Team Drifter, which I'm so happy to be able to say that. I'm doing awesome! How are you doing? How is stream? How is Persona? Hope things are going well. What's up, Linkcell? How you doing? Hope you're having a good Thursday. Well, thank you. Thank you for the raid. I'm Angela's Demonist, guys. Welcome in. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo over here. We're doing White Mage for the first time in this expansion, believe it or not. And we're getting ourselves ready for Eureka Orthos, the Deep Dungeon number 3, which is coming in a little less than a month, or just about a month. So, getting ourselves ready, getting all the stuff prepared, and I'm really excited about that, so, yeah. Yeah, I hope Persona treated you well. Are you, like, anywhere near, like, the middle of the game? I hear that game, you know, everything we talked about, that game is like, you know, like 300 hours long, so bless anyone trying to play that. One day I'll play a Persona. Like, I have nothing against Persona, it's just, I kind of like newer versions of games over like, you know, stuff that already exists and stuff, but... So I think a middle. It's making me cry. It's the story making you cry or the length's making you cry? Hopefully the story's good that's making you cry in that way, because I always love an emotional story. Story? That's good. An emotional story is always good. That always feels good when you're playing a game and the story gets to you, you know? Length is fine with you? Good. Good, because you're a true JRPG gamer. I remember there was a tweet from Curious Joy who was talking about that, how she would ask for the length of the game. And like, you know, the response would be like, oh, like 40 hours, and her response is, oh, so it's short. It's like, yeah, that's what a JRPG gamer would say, right? And you look at like a game like Stray, which is like average 8 hours. Like you know, like action game, like Devil May Cry is done in like, you know, like that much time. It's like a short ass game. No, JRPG, dude, 40 hours? That's like a vacation. Like I think I'm up to 40 hours in Fire Emblem. I'm not even close to Big 3. Nier and 14 are the only two games that got me to tear up recently. Good. I don't know what game got me to tear up recently. Probably 14 with the story, maybe? I can't remember though. It's been a minute since the story hit me pretty hard. Not to say that's bad, that's a bad thing, it's just, you know. God of War, the new one, Cows. The new one hit hard. Nier. Sane Midnight, hello, how you doing? Welcome in. I hope you've been doing well. Thanks for passing by. Oh. Oh. It's a rage! Me angry. We smash. Okay. Yeah, Zumi, thank you for the raid. If you gotta do your thing, get some food. Whatever it might be. Feed the animals. You go do it, but I appreciate it. I'll try to take care of the kids for you. I'll be here for maybe another 2 hours, maybe? 2 hours, so, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. It's always a pleasure. One day I will be able to raid you. I know you go a little bit earlier. I'm not sure if you go like degen hours like myself and a couple of the other drifters, but one day I shall get you back and you'll like it. What did I have? Okay. I'm struggling. I struggle so hard in Palace of the Dead. I'm trying to get Necromancer with Red Mage, but I'm always dying in the 30 boss? Well, if you're dying on the 30 boss, then there's a couple things you can do. One, well, you gotta make sure your arm and arm is up. Two, you can strengthen steel on the boss. You can equip some sustaining potions if you have any. Also, you can just over level. Make sure that your levels are a little bit higher. You know, if you're killing a little bit too fast and your level is lower than the 30 boss, which is 49, then it definitely is a good idea to actually kill a little bit extra enemies to try to level up, and it'll make it a lot easier. And even if you want to, you can level so much that you get Vercure and make that easier. Yeah, that's generally what you want to do. Okay, that's good for 30. That's definitely overcapped for 30. So yeah, so the other options. Over level, make sure that you're at least 49 or above. And then make sure you strength steel. And that boss will definitely drop a lot easier. Having a sustaining potion really makes it easy. Because you probably just need to use one and you're fine. Use the potions that drop, which is usually Mega Potions or X Potions. Those are really good too. Because of the lower cooldown and lower HP. But all those things will definitely get you through. Here. See that bronze chest? I want it. 30 boss is Fire Ice Dude. Yep. 30 boss Fire Ice Dude. That is a hard hitting boss, to be fair. But if you're under leveled for that boss, it hits even harder. Like, it feels even worse. So that's one definite reason. Like, I would say under level is probably a common one. You watch a video of someone, yeah, you can do that. I mean, I got lots of videos, you can check that out too. I got a lot of Red Mage ones, I think, recently you can check out, so... tips. Yeah, hey, no problem, Saint. You know, we'll definitely help you out and get you to Prague, absolutely. There's always an answer to something that you have a problem with. There will always be something that can help, so... You know, never feel like it's a silly question. If you're stuck, we'll help. It's just that simple. That's the furthest I got to Red Mage. Tried to do it at level 53. Yeah, I would recommend probably Strength Steel will be the best. I do have a couple recent Red Mage videos on YouTube where we did it without any Sustain Potion on purpose. So definitely give those a look, because that'll probably be a nice POV of how I end up doing it on Red Mage. I also do have plans of doing Red Mage, I think maybe in 2 weeks, potentially. I think. It depends on how the schedule plans out, but I think I am planning to do Red Mage very soon. One more time. But I do want to do Red Mage in general, because I need to do that job to prepare for Eureka Orthos. So, I have to do Red Mage for the sake of getting de-rusted. I'm usually fighting the 30 boss at around 42. No, you gotta be like... That's one thing that you're getting smashed on. So, yeah, you gotta be at least 49. 42 is really low on that boss. Like, that boss is gonna destroy you. Sorry for asking so many questions. Really trying to get the cleared now. But at what floors do you think it's fine to start going full out on Machinist? What did I just open? Hold on. Full out on Machinist, like pulling multiple enemies AoEing them, what floor should I stop? I'll be honest, actually, you know, Hernio, I never AoE pull on Machinist. The thing is, I don't find it necessary. Now, if you're going for scoring, that's a completely different animal, and you would AoE pull. But if you're just looking for a clear, I almost never big pull. Because you have so much damage. In all honesty, full out is already just like running your GCD and just like pulling non-stop as opposed to AoE pulling. Does that make sense? So... Do you have any sustaining points? Yeah, I would check out some POVs. I mean, I probably would just increase your kill speed, Saint Midnight. If you're pushing time, that means you need to probably kill a little bit faster. In terms of pulls and stuff. But, also I would recommend, if any of you guys aren't already in it, if you have further questions, join the Discord. The Discord's also there. I mean, I'll be here, I'll answer questions. Today is like the best day. You know, Hernio, don't apologize for that, because these low floors are really like kind of low brain power for me, and it's a lot better for me to answer questions. If we're stepping into like, 180, 190, it's hard for me to answer questions, although chat tends to be really good on that. So these are the perfect time to ask questions, and never apologize for asking questions, The whole goal is to help you and anyone else get that clear. And in all honesty, think of it this way, Hernio. There are a lot of lurkers in here. I know there are. A lot of people like to lurk. A lot of people just like to listen and chill. You might be asking a question that a lurker might have been wanting to ask all this time. It's just they don't want to type in chat. And that, look, I don't make people type in chat. You guys just relax, chill, just enjoy the content. But you might actually have helped like a couple people ask you a question like that. So never apologize for that. So yeah, no, it's perfectly fine. I mean, you're in a channel of someone who is very introverted, so I fully respect that vibe completely. Like, cause that's my vibe. I barely ask questions and talk in lots of chats. Like people who I watch on a daily basis, like they'll you can ask them and you'll know, like they'll say like I barely talk in their chats, but I'm there, like I'm watching. So slips a slice of cheese behind the sofa for the That's a visual. I like that. That's a visual. What's the red mage rotation? Isn't it Jolt, Arrow, Thunder? Yeah, generally. I like to go with the Jolt opener personally. I think with Deep Dungeon solo, you probably want the faster cast versus the slower cast. So I'm super extroverted to the point of ADHD. You and I will conflict. Actually, no, actually that's not true. You'll be the one that'll be like my spokesperson. That's how it goes. I let the extroverts talk for me. Yeah. I really just discovered your Twitch from the AGDQ, and you got me into wanting to complete this thing solo. Do it! Hey, that was part of the goal, you know? I mean, I advertised the whole free trial. Like, guys, try this, it's fun, I swear. So if you got to try it, then I did my job. Which wasn't really my job, I wasn't paid to do it. No one was paying me. It's just, I like when other people do it, that's all. That is not sponsored. You started chewing your metaphorical arm off in isolation. I am such the opposite. I'm like, this is a field day. I get to stay at home and not interact with people. Oh my god. That's a vibe. I don't know why you didn't see me. My second try got the 120. Died to final stick. I think I just need to hold my burst for those on. Yes. The Wasp's full respect. What job are you doing, Cam? What's your job, by the way? I just missed the size. I thought I was an introvert for the longest time, though, because chronic illness leaves me low in energy. Oh, interesting. That's true. That would be, that is a characteristic of being introverted, is that if you're around people, it does drain your energy. Extroverted gains energy with people. That's true. Gunbreaker. Oh yeah. Well, you know what's a play that can work, Cam? But although I don't like doing it because it's like risky, one thing that a lot of people like to do is that they'll on some tanks they'll actually opt to kill one bee and leave the other one alive to purposely final sting, because the final sting does I think 70 or 80% of your max HP. So provided that you're full HP, you just eat it then heal back up. I personally don't like it because it just sounds spooky, but that is totally a strategy, and that is exactly what happens. I think the speedrunners who are like trying to speedrun through, trying to speedrun for score, that's their strategy. Like they'll invuln, or they'll just kill one bee and just let the other one like hit the final sting. It's just you have to be prepared for it. Like you don't want to just like, you know, not be prepared for it, so. You can also stun, but like they'll keep doing it though, right? Probably. But I mean the AoE is a lot of damage, so I imagine I always AoE'd personally, but I don't know, I never liked that strategy personally, but there is a lot of people that do it, and who am I to argue? I mean, if you do it, you do it. You just won't really see me do it. We sold numerous free watts, they come every minute, I can assist them. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot harder if you're not using strength too. You know, like, so if you're trying to do that fight without strength, that makes it a lot harder. How do I disable the corner lock size? I don't remember. Here, right here. It's in general, log window. Tick this off. Enable resizing of log window. Right there. Love it. Isn't this Final Fantasy 3? This is, it's on the bottom right corner. What does it say? No, FF1. Battle theme. The original battle theme. I usually take the opportunity to let them down, restack golden boss, usually. Seeing you play White Mage, I started another attempt on White Mage too. Yo, Cherub, let's do it. You and me. You know, actually, maybe what we can do is we can try to do the 1B kill when we get there later. I'll make sure I'm raising though. I'm gonna have to raising on 111, but we can do that so you guys can see it. Why not? So at least if you wanted to try it, you can. If you don't like it, then don't do it. Let's just do that. So if you guys can hang around this conversation, if you can hang around for about 30 minutes plus, we'll do that in the boss coming up in 120. Oh, Serenity. That's good because I'll get a whole bunch of chests here. Kiambi 15! Thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you for the continued support.
Sup Angelus Mimic Bongo Animate Angelus Mimic Heart.
Angelus. Yo, what's up, dude? Thank you for supporting and continuing to support the stream. I really appreciate that. To get the H20, you need to hit floor 13 PoTD. Yes. That is actually the same exact requirement as EO. You need to do floor 50 and do the story. I don't think you need to technically unlock the Hell floors. What's it called? Hell Warden floors or something? You just need to finish the 50 story. And you would need to be in a certain point in Stormblood, but, you know, assuming you're, like, way past that, then you're fine. Because I think the quest is actually level 63, but you can be as low as 61 to enter, if I remember that intel correctly. F51 and group events? Okay. Oh, then you would have a potsherd, actually. So you can exchange a potsherd for some sustaining potions to make your life a lot easier. Because at 50 you get a guaranteed potsherd from Edda, which turns into 20 sustaining potions, so... And that'll definitely make the floor 30 boss a lot easier if you're stuck on that one. Sustaining potion, right here. Right there, sustaining potion, the key to victory when it comes to soloing. I would highly recommend checking out these videos, which is a little old, but they're still applicable. Tells you how to get potsherds and what they're used for the sustaining potion. That is the reason why you can solo. It is the potsherds right here. The Gilmoran potsherds, that's what you get. When you killed Edda, you had a guaranteed drop, so you have at least one. Highly recommend checking that video, Saint Midnight. That'll give you all the information you need. I'm led to believe they buffed potsherd drop rate for a tiny bit, always going out with one or more sets recently. Yeah, really? I mean, I wouldn't hold it past them that that's true or not. I mean, that could be possible. I mean, the fact that they changed it to 30 seconds was certainly to help mitigate how much you need to use. Like, what other reason is there? I mean, yeah, okay, it's nicer because it'll probably help with like getting it back up and everything, but definitely that had to definitely be for the amount that you're using. Acquaintances of mine keep going, oh, I want to get 5100 PoTD, but I keep dying and kept almost offering to bring them up. And then I remember that both my save files are taken from Prague. I know. Well, you're gonna have to wait till Deep Dungeon 4 for a potential save file, though, so... For a save file, change. But it is something they're thinking about, which is really cool. It is in the thought process of, the devs. Why is there so many mimics today? I'm gonna have to sit on this box now. I do have a 99.98 out with a warrior, but ironically I'm far less comfortable. That's fair. You need the experience to get used to it and everything, so that's fair. More potsherds. Boom, 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 boom. I'll just re-up it. Don't aggro, please. Good job. Sure, why not? May as well continue to farm that while I'm chipping away at that achievement. Boom, boom. No strength, I'll take it. Boom, 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 boom. I heard FF11 had various weird aggro types, like blood aggro. Which of them would you be interested in seeing in the dungeon? 11 had blood aggro, magic aggro, sound, procs, sights. Magic aggro doesn't make sense in this game, although if you do separate abilities and not abilities maybe, but I don't know, that's a little weird. So I don't know, blood aggro would be interesting. But I think that the three main ones are fine. I mean, the other feature that you had, Ninth Lions, is you had chaining. And that wasn't technically aggro, but that was a thing you had to worry about. So, what that was, you see it actually in 14. If you're a higher level than a bunch of enemies that you're fighting, you'll see a line go from the main enemy you're targeting to a couple other enemies, because they link together. There was a feature in 11 where certain enemies, I forgot what it was technically called, but certain enemies would have the ability to link with each other. So like basically if you had a whole bunch of enemies in an area, you had to pull them in a certain order so they don't run through the group, otherwise they'll bring their friends with them. Does that make sense? So that's what linking was. And it wasn't like, it wasn't linking like of just random enemies, it was like of a similar type of enemy. So that would be an interesting one, where like you have to be careful how you pull, because you might take something along with you that you had no intentions of taking with you. What's up, Tasmanian? Blood aggro. Flavor aggro. The mob aggros if it hears you eat a consumable. That would be interesting. I think Lalafell aggro would be great, so we could have less Lalafells. Having enemies with different aggro ranges would be nice compared to how that... Oh, different aggro ranges would be crazy. That's gonna hurt my brain. I mean, we'll figure it out, but... 14 kind of has that the outdoor areas, but only initial pull. Yeah, exactly. Guild Wars 2 has something like that. Some enemies are friends. Yeah, I know in 11 again it was called linking, but something similar to that. I did it back in Shadowbringers. I've been trying to do it in Endwalker, but I keep failing. But yep, I didn't know sustaining. I'd like to really get that challenge down, but it's just been kind of eluding me for a multitude of reasons. A lot of disrespect? Yeah, get wrecked. I'm so happy that in GDQ, Vieira won. At the very last second. $200 difference, Vieira won over Lalafell. GG community. That bid war was vicious. I was eyeing it to the second, because I had to get a heads up. Like, I had to know where it was going so I can prepare. It was tight as hell. I think it was like 8,300 to Vieira, and 8,100 to Lalafell. That's so cool. I think the community raised like almost 19,000 from that bid war alone. That's sick, you know? That is wild. So I'm really, really proud of everyone who participated with that. That was awesome. I think it was one of the highest bid wars that was there, of all the games available. Like that doesn't include like the bonus games. With the bonus games got a lot. But in terms of bid war, I think that was the best bid war. So what is this file? Who gave me this file and why isn't it someone else's file? What the hell? This is like good for scoring. I'm not even scoring. Yeah, they did. It was crazy. Big gamers, dude. What's the mimic count? It's a meme. A lot of times you will get runs where you just see a lot of mimics, and I manually keep track of it. So at the end of the day, I can see how many I spawn, and yeah, like it's already at what 14. Like this is like 50 something floors, and we've seen like 14. It's a lot. What if I don't use alteration? You don't see an alt. You don't see a treasure room mimics. But he's sending it today. Why can't he send it like any other day? He should have sent it on my Astra run when I finally cleared. Random question. You know which enemies in Heaven on High you can't spin? As far as I know, you can do all of them, right? I don't know a good answer for that one. I thought you could spin everything. What do you think? What do you think of White Mage interrupts? The cast time plus holy animation makes stunning, especially fast casts of enemies, sometimes really difficult later on. I like just getting interrupted in general. I mean, it adds to the difficulty. It's something I've been dealing with on Red Mage for all this time, but I don't know. It just is what it is. It adds to the difficulty. I mean, I'd be fine if it's not there, but you know, it's a healer thing that all healers have to deal with, is that you just get interrupted. Or rather, all casters, not just healers, but casters. I'm used to it, it's just whatever. I mean, interrupting them. Swift cast still leaves you... Oh, like this. Oh, you mean like the delay on the stun? Is that what you mean? So like if I do this, it's like at the end of the animation it stuns. Like it stuns here. It's whatever. Like that's just, you know, at least it's consistent. So I kind of manage myself in terms of how to do it. It's been in the game forever, so, you know, it doesn't really... Like, I can complain about it, but it's never gonna change, so it's kind of whatever, but, yeah, I don't care. I mean, you can do something like this, right? So, let's try it out. So I'm gonna regen. I'm gonna run up. We're gonna holy here, right? Holy. Time. Like, I would do it in such a way where I can manipulate the stun, so I know when the stun's happening. I wait a couple seconds, then hit the landmine. Therefore, I know the stun is going to trigger at that specific moment. So it's like you just adjust the timing. It's all it is. I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, it's still the same boat as like Benediction. Benediction is in the same boat, meaning like it has a delay. Like it doesn't activate right away, so you have to almost accommodate for that too, and that's never going to change either. So, but then you have something like Reaper. Arcane Crest, which it activates like immediately, versus like TBN, which has like a small delay. So for me, it's just you just handle it like job to job. Some jobs have the delay, some jobs are instant. The instant feels really nice, but can't really do much about it. I mean, you know, everyone has to deal with it. You can force the stun to go off early if he sighs right after. Really? Let's see. I mean, I want to try that. I think that's totally true. It's just I never really paid attention to it. Let's see. Like, I can. Why give me flight? Alright, so let's see. I pull a ladybug. Actually, I need to pull a bee here. Okay, so I go stun. No, it's the same. The timing of this, I mean, you hear the stun, But in terms of it applying to the enemy, it's still the same timing. Yeah, I can hear the stun. You hear the ch-ch, but it doesn't apply till a little bit later. It looked like it showed the stun pop up. You hear it and you see the animation of it, but in terms of the timing on the trigger, it's like it seems like it's the same to me. I mean, maybe I just didn't see it right, but to me it looked like it's the same. He's gonna aggro. I could try it again in a second. Like, I see the animation on the actual enemy, but you don't see it on their actual health bar until the normal time, and I think that's the one that's more accurate, that is the health bar. So for example, the moose enemies in Heaven on High later, the golden tongue quite fast, I sometimes miss that time. Yeah, so when it comes to some of that, like trying to time your stun, for instance, Cherub, to stun a mimic, the silver mimics, you just have to get a little bit big brain in terms of the timing. So I find that as a fun challenge. It's annoying for sure, but like I said, everyone has to deal with it, so it is whatever, you just deal with it. It's just part of the challenge. More practice, yeah. It actually gets fun, because especially on a mimic pool, you kind of do have a consistent timing by the time it starts aggroing you and hitting you, into when it starts to do malice. And so you could time it in such a way where you can time that wholly. So like, one thing I'll do on White Mage is if I kind of have it just the timing, I'll hit the holy. But if I miss the timing and I do it too early, I just wait for the stun to get to like 1, and then I recast holy again, because it's almost guaranteed to do malice right after that. So it is what it is. So at least I catch it on the second one, but that's true. You could swift cast sleep. Sleep would apply a lot faster. What's up, Hustle Hoop? Ah! I forget I have to reach it. Well, using Succubus as Red Mage to double cast, helping you build the Vuln attacks faster. Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of faster. I mean, it's not... It's like, maybe like a GCD faster, if anything. How's White Mage going? Not bad. I'm trying to see how I feel with it. I think I still put it right now, still like the second best healer. But it's hard, because I think the damage is very good. But I still have so much more fun with Sage. Like, Sage is so much fun, you know? We'll just see what I can do with this job. Does sleep work on any type of mimics or gold ones too? Sleep does not work on any mimics. They don't care about sleep. They are always awakened. Until you kill them. This fight also decreases the amount of enemies required for the common passage, or just the amount of spawn? Both. We were having this discussion a little bit with Finn on Tuesday. And basically the gist of a flight. So imagine each floor has an RNG in terms of how many you need to kill to get off the floor. So mid floors, let's talk the higher floors. Generally the higher floors, you're looking between 4 and 10. So on average, you know, you're probably looking at 6, 7. But 4 to 10 kills, as early as 4, as late as 10. When you use a flight, that total number is cut in half. So now you could bet as minimal as 2, and maybe as much as 5, 6, and in the last 10 floors could be as high as 7. So that's how you look at a flight. So yes, it does reduce the enemy's chances. It does reduce the enemies on the floor, and also reduces how much you need to kill by half. Now, it does increase the chance of getting a treasure room. That is just a fact. Based on statistics, you do have a higher chance of getting a treasure room because of that. But it still doesn't matter. If you get a treasure room, it's still going to be 2 to 5 kills. So you always look at a flight no matter what happens. A flight is always a time save. Or rather, it can be a time save. But you don't want to use it when you have like 10 minutes left. You know, like if you're getting into like the 8th floor and you have like 16 minutes left, it's probably not a good idea to rely on a flight to speed you up. But if you're like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and you're only on the 5th or 6th floor, a good time to use a flight, because you can probably get off that floor a little bit faster, and then you can figure out if you need more after that. A flight increases the chance treasure rooms, that is correct. Alteration, flights, affluence, all increase treasure rooms. The chance of them. That is, again, statistics. From like lots and lots of runs. I mean, I used to think it was weird that every time I used a flight, I got a lot of treasure rooms, but I think statistically speaking, with all the data that's happened, that is actually just a pure fact at this point. Like, it doesn't say it. It doesn't explain that it does that, but that's the result, you know? It's like, it's the idea of like, how you don't see Odin before 30 in Heaven on High. No one's ever seen it, but you always start seeing it at 31. So, you know, you just use the statistics of that. You've had how many runs in the past, and how many people have never seen it, then that just leads you to that result. It's exactly the same thing how 51 to 60 in Heaven on High and 151 to 160 has higher debuffs rates. Like, you just see a whole lot more of them. How 71 to 73 you see more landmines. Like, it's just why that happens and why that's the case. I don't know. It just is what it is. Like, you just look at a sample size of runs, and that's what you see. So you just, you know, you shrug your shoulders and just, you know, just take it. What's up, Kinara? How's the sun look, Kinara? I'm looking at the time. I'm like, damn, dude. Let me catch up in chat first, and then I'll have to push out an ad. But let me catch up in chat. Did I miss anything here? Okay. Hustlehoof says, Sage feels really safe if you're forced into bad situations. It really does. The mobility on Sage is beautiful. Do patrols not take status effects? Do patrols not take status effects? What do you mean, like sleep and stuff? They do. Some of them do. Getting 10 kills needed at like 79 Heaven on High is hell. It's dumb, Cherub. It's like, you must have angered some god for that to happen. Why wouldn't it be good to use it on the later floor if you're low on time? Basically, think of it this way. If you're walking into like 188 and you have like 15 minutes left, if you use a flight to get into 189, you're assuming a flight's gonna take between like 5 to potentially 8 minutes. And if you have to have time for the boss, you might be pushing it way too close. You want to use a flight when you have more time and more of a buffer to decide how your speed is, because there's a potential you could get off the floor in like 2 minutes, but there's also a chance you'll still take 10 minutes on a flight because it's bad debuffs. You get a million kills on him, even though it's like 5 max, he's still a lot of kills, you know? So that's why you want to make sure that you use it a little bit sooner rather than when you're running out of time. When you're running out of time, that's where floor wipes come into play. Rages, petrifications, magicites, because that'll be like an instant kill, get off the floor. But a flight is not an instant kill. it reduces the kills, it reduces the time, but it's not an instant kill. So you want to buy yourself and give yourself time to get through that floor that you have to fight. You don't want to use it when you're really low on time, because then you end up using something anyway, to be even faster. Can I explain what a treasure room is? Very new to this. Hey, Aos. So, a treasure room is more of a community term. I don't think there's an actual lore or official thing on what it's called. The reason why we call treasure rooms what they are is for a couple reasons. One, in a treasure room, you have like 10 enemies shoved into one room, where typically you have from like 2 to 4. Like a typical room is 2 to 4 enemies. A treasure room is that they're all shoved into a room like almost times 4 the amount, from like 10 to 12. A treasure room comes into play because there will always be 4 treasure chests in the room. That's also an indicator that it's a treasure room, or a room like that, because there's 4 treasure rooms. 4 chests in the room. A lot of people use it with like combination of floor wipes and fortunes. You know, they see a big treasure room, they do a rage fortune, they do a petrify fortune, and there's a chance that you get a lot of chests. Why? It's a multiplier, right? The possibilities of you getting a chest from a drop with all those enemies, you get a lot of treasure. So that's where the idea of the treasure comes in. What Calcified said is correct. JP calls them Monster House. Monster House is a reference from the back in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, which Zelda mentioned. And that's where it kind of gets a reference in, because I think Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, I never played the game, but I think it has a very similar idea where I guess a lot of enemies are in one area, so they call it a monster house. So that's where you hear that more what the JP call it. But yeah, there's no like actual term. I used to call it a nope room when I was going early deep dungeon, because I would see it and literally just say nope and go the other direction, which I still do a couple times. But yeah, that's what it. I think that's what the community has more or less kind of called it. So no problem. Yeah. That makes sense. I screwed myself over flighting like 88 and 89. Now I still do it, Fraggy, because I still prefer the flight. But leg raise, I use leg raise on 1, but I never took the slow effect. I mean, there are enemies, Jonks. Like, not everything is gonna be susceptible to debuffs. I think we do have a list on Discord. Again, I'm going to share the Discord that we have. I think in the FAQ section, whether it's Almers or JCN or someone put up a vulnerability chart. So it actually has the chart of all what the enemies are vulnerable to, so it's a good one to reference just in case. I mean, you could always just like, YOLO find it out, but yeah, not everything will sleep, not everything will gravity, not everything will bind. A good chunk of it will, but not everything. I kind of wish there was a little icon indicating vulnerabilities to sleeps and such. I get that memorizing is a challenge, but it's easy to forget, especially if an enemy in Heaven on High is immune. Yeah, I don't think I'd like that, honestly. I don't want the game to tell me that. I mean, I like the knowledge of it personally. That adds to the difficulty of it to know all that information. Willow! Hello! 7 months of continued support, Willow.
Healer gameplay big fan.
I'm a big fan of you, Willow. You're doing awesome things in Deep Dungeon yourself. Thank you for the continued support. I can't believe it's in 7 months, but it seems about right. 7 months seems about right. It's like a community center for monsters. Yep. I call them Monster House too because of, yep. I'll take a look at FAQ channel for sure then, absolutely. Too kind. Yeah, you put the work in, Willow, what can I say? You do a good job. Willow, by the way, Sage Necromancer. That's an inspiration to a lot of you guys. Went on Sage, committed to Sage, Necromancer on Sage. Unreal. And then we had another one. Biftech got it too. My buddy Biftech got a Sage Necromancer. I mean, that's just a healer getting a Necromancer. It's just unheard of. People are just taking it to whatever job they want. That's the best thing. White Mage looks so powerful. It's strong. I mean, compared to the other healers, it's I mean, the stones are pretty powerful. As someone who loves Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, it has so many similarities to Deep Dungeon, but made me love Deep Dungeon so much when I first found out about them as but none of my friends ran the content, sadly. Yeah, that's like the story of half the community Zelda. It's like, man, I wanted to do this, but no one cares. So it's like, well, I'll just do it by myself. Who cares? And then that's where we get you. You're stuck. Okay. I'm gonna take a break. I gotta hit a restroom. I'll hit a restroom break, but let's just do a quick 2-minute. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'll stand up, hit the restroom, and then we'll come back into 111. Also, I promised earlier that we will actually take the final sting on the boss at 120, because some guys were asking about that and kind of inquiring about 120. So let's take the final sting on purpose so you guys can see it, so it can be a nice showcase. I'm gonna put raising up just in case though. But yeah, give me 2 minutes, BRB. You know, Willow, soon all these gamers are gonna be saving their Pomanders for the second run after. You know how like I'm a JRPG gamer, right? We were talking about JRPGs a little bit earlier. I'm definitely the type of JRPG gamer where, you know, like you get these powerful mega elixirs, right? They like fully restore your entire party. You know, I hold on to those guys for when the sequel comes out, you know? Like, you know, Final Fantasy VII comes out, mega elixirs are there, I'm at the Sephiroth fight. I'm still holding on to this mega elixir, you know, maybe I need it, you know, I don't know. I want to wait till I need them. We're gonna wait for the sequel to come out, then I'll use the mega elixir. That's what these guys are gonna be. They're gonna be so like they're gonna turn into Aurora where you hold on to your palms to like, you know, the next run, because you never know. Maybe you need it on the next run, who knows? My favorite Aurora-ism is actually to be looking for Pomander and sit on 3 fortunes and affluence while complaining the palm won't drop. I don't need it when I could use it, because I might need it later. Yeah, dude, don't want to waste those items. Yeah, obviously. Bro, that's me in like Fire Emblem right now. I have all these like stat bonuses, I'm not even using them. Maybe I'll use them tomorrow. Just sitting on everything. Rip belts. Did I try and have an eye too? The Star and Lordy cards add up a lot of gameplay for you. You know me? Oh, to not use the Star. I use the Star all the time. The Lord cards, I dispense the Lord cards all the time. Scoring taught me to just use things and hope for the best. I'm more like fanning get anxiety if anything shows 3. I loved Sig, how he talked about it on his stream one time. How, like, I think Finn and Aurora are 2 of the very opposite scenarios in terms of Pomanders. How, like Finn is in the extreme of, like, going heavy usage, and then Aurora's on the extreme of never using them. But you're talking about 2 incredible gamers that clearly have a crazy amount of reputation and a crazy amount of ability to clear the content, and I think that's such a beautiful thing to look at, that 2 extremely different playstyles can still accomplish the game mode, right? The game mode. That's the best part of this Abyss challenge, is that you can literally play however the hell you want. As long as it works, it works. Is efficient like an albatross. Finn is efficient like a rodent. Stuffing all the points into his cheek pouches. It's like a squirrel or a chipmunk. Actually, more like a chipmunk. I love that we all play a bit differently in Deep Dungeon, whatever works. If you clear, you clear. Who cares, dude? Clear is a clear, man. And you're talking about RNG too. I mean, it's RNG. There's no straight answer to anything. Hold on, let me update the title. Also, welcome back to me, guys. Appreciate it. We are going to 130 today. Usually I go to 120, right? But we started at 51. We are in healer, so it is a 130 ending. So we still got 20 more floors. I am using a raising here because we will do the final sting strat later to demonstrate. Found the exit. I'm trying out Red Mage Palace at the moment. Enjoy it. Funnily too, I tend to watch Aurora and have begun picking up on their commandered habits, while my partner often watches Finn and picks up on his. Hey, you know what? If it works, it works, right? I wanted to get some sustains, but I accidentally started AoE pulling. Yeah, don't you hate when that happens, Willow? Hate when that happens. What a toad. Hold on. You love this theme so much. It's a damn good theme. It's hard to stop scoring. I don't know what game you're playing. For me, it's just like, yeah, not today. For like 2 years. That's me. Yeah, not today. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. How's the duo? It's great. Nice and clean. Finn, and you know Finn. Finn doesn't mince words. He doesn't like sugarcoat anything. So when he said he felt like this was one of the best runs he's seen, you know, that says a lot right there. We had a ton of alterations. We had a decent amount of big rooms. He's just not happy about the fortunes. He thought the fortunes were kind of bleh. I think the sights were kind of bleh as well. But yeah, so... yeah, Tuesday's the continuation. Time to go. I'm stuck in, I want to get the clears, but I want them on the board mode too. You know, for me, Kinara, I'll definitely say that I'm in that mode, but I don't go that hard on the boards, right? I kind of deal with the boards maybe after the fact. So like, you know, some of my scores are in danger of getting kicked off, but I'll deal with them when they get kicked off, not before it happens. A couple of the other scores I don't have to worry about, but, you know, there are a few scores that are getting in danger. They're in the 20s. You know, I'm like standing in his right eye, he doesn't see me. I just poked his eyeball. And I regen, so I don't have to worry about sitting yet. Astro I didn't score at all, because if I had cleared, it was going to be on regardless, yeah. The beauty of Astro is you don't have to try too hard with scoring. There's a conspiracy to push those scores off specifically. You know, Willow, did you know about this? I'm not sure if you were in the community at the time, but I did a red mage clear on EU, on light specifically, in Palace. And I swear to god, I wasn't trying to score, but I was doing all of the things that I typically did. Full reveal, open all the chests. I wasn't really going for a kill count. And then I ended up on rank 1 in light for red mage. And it was hilarious because it took an entire year for someone in the data center to finally beat my score. A whole year! I'm like, what is wrong with you people? I didn't even try and you can't even get my score. But then eventually like 4 of them got it, so it's fine. Like Matt beat it, I think Max Potion beat it, and you know, a whole bunch of people. I think Sky eventually, like there's a lot of people eventually got, but it took a whole year. It was so funny. Yeah, so it was actually just hilarious because I'm not really known for scoring, you know. I just had a score that they for some reason just couldn't beat. Clear first to me, then I'll worry about the score, says Jonks. It's more content. It's more fun with Deep Dungeon, right? So I know, but you're like an import, dude. That's why it's even funnier, because I can share it with you. But you're an import, so you got the green card and everything. Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum. Ba-dum. I need to get in that. Wait, hold on. What? I do need to get in just clearing mode ready for EO. Hey, you know, I've been training for years, guys. I'm ready for just to clear, okay? Training for years. Do you want to clear my light character sometime though? Do it. Willow, maybe one day, or maybe like a couple days, you can like, you know, not log into Discord, and then you can maybe like avoid debuns for a little bit. Otherwise, she's just gonna keep pulling you into things. You'll never be able to do it. I'm on the US servers too, snuck in from the EU servers. Hey, it's okay. You know, we welcome everyone. I mean, technically Chila and Panda are JP, right? But they're going to NA. The day I clear Heaven on High or Palace for the first time, I'll be so happy. It's been so many floors. Cherub, you're gonna get there and we will help you. Jin, what's up, Jin? How's it going, my friend? How are things over at your end? Your end of the Twitchiverse. How did I end up in a job zone free run that ended at 5 AM? I'll never know. Yeah, I wonder how that worked out. Willow, I swear to God, dude, if I go to PAX East, okay? Well, rather, I am going to PAX East. When I go to PAX East, and then I gotta give debuns her tickets, and I see you there, I'm just gonna laugh out loud so hard, dude. I mean, wow, she even brought you over here. What the hell, dude? How did this happen? You just be like, shit happens, dude. Just one minute I'm like 1 minute I'm just talking, all of a sudden I'm in Boston. Like, okay, well, you know what? Welcome, dude. Sure, we're gonna get, dude. I don't care. Like, here's the thing. I don't care how you feel like your ability to game is in this game, right? I mean, look, I don't do Savage. I don't do Ultimate. You'd think like someone with that experience and that caliber would be clearing this content. It doesn't matter, man. I've seen everyone from every type of gamer go in and try to do this challenge, so it doesn't matter. Like, if you have questions, if you're trying to figure something out, like, people will be there to help you out, you know? And this is what the beauty, and this is the ultimate beauty of this challenge, is that you can ask as many questions as you like, you can, whatever it is, at the end of the day, you cannot get carried in this content. It's all on you And when you accomplish it, it really feels great because you did it. You hit all the buttons. You may have asked a lot of questions and you may have gotten a lot of answers, but this is all on you to do, and it feels really good about that, you know? And that's one thing I like about this content so much. It feels so rewarding at the end of the day. Can't believe we're doing Necro Uwu and there's no... You know, I'm busy, dude. I got a lot of things to do. But it's okay. Do I go? No, so last year I wanted to go. I applied for a media pass, but they denied it. This year I definitely wanted to go because I've never been to PAX East. So I committed to buying the I committed to buying the tickets, but I also registered for a media pass. And I did get the media pass. So yeah, I got all my logistics settled too, so I'm definitely gonna be there. But I don't envision myself going every year. I just want the experience at least once. So yeah, I mean it's not that close to me. It's a bit of a travel. Like if it was somewhere closer, I could consider going yearly. But yeah, it's not that close for me to consider that all the time. Be nice, but yeah. A bit more luck and I might. Yeah, just keep trying, Cherub. I mean, you know, you hear the conversations from lots of other people, Cherub. You're not the only one that is also trying to get through the floors and, you know, dying in high floors and whatnot. So it's also kind of good. That's where the community part kicks in. Is that you really don't feel like you're on this journey by yourself, even though it is a solo challenge. There are lots of people who are still engaging with it also solo, so... One of my favorite things about this community, everyone's to clear. Yeah, there's like absolutely no gatekeeping. None. It's the most competitive solo community. Oh, most cooperative solo community, yeah. Nothing but impressed by anyone able to do it. Hell yeah. It was fun when Square Enix was at PAX a few years ago when Review first came out. I suspect they'll have another challenge again. Joyzal, like I don't know what fight. Maybe it'll be Rubicante, perhaps. If I had to make a guess, it might be Rubicante, but I don't know. I imagine it's gonna be Rubicante, right? What else would it be? When I went to E3 in 2018, they had Tsukiyomi. And that's why that song is so memorable, and I like that song a lot, because that was what was playing in E3 all the time. It took me 3 attempts to take down Tsukiyomi, but it was hilarious, because I had one attempt where I believe we had a game journalist in our group who was playing Dragoon, and it really looked like they never played a game in their life. It was really bad. It's just like, was watching over, it's like, oh my god, they don't know how to hit buttons. Okay, well, you know what? It's okay, this is E3, we got a multitude of gamers. So, the funny, I don't know if it happened in the other, if this happened in PAX East 2, Joyzal, but, there was this one guy who made all of these, what's up, Captain, by the way? There was a guy who made all of these cards. And it basically was like, hey, do you play 14? Here, have this card. So what would happen is you would just try to get with a couple people who had this card, or like they're Final Fantasy 14 veterans, and then you just basically make like a literal IRL PF of like people who played the game before. So it would increase your chance of like winning. I don't know if like they did that also in like PAX East or something, but that was pretty brilliant. Because you would know, like, oh yeah, I played before. So when I won Tsukiyomi, 7 out of 8 people were people who played the game. The other person was like someone I think was a lot newer, but yeah, it was like 7 out of 8 that cleared it. So you know what I mean, card? Yeah, I don't know if the guy is in every convention, but it was pretty smart. Like I thought that was a cool idea, you know. I mean, you could have just faked it. You could be like, yeah, I play the game. Yeah, play the game. But It worked out. I think the guy did it like, you know, like a social type of thing. It's like, hey, do you play 14? And then that'll be like the quick, like you don't know what he's talking about, but then when he gets the feel of like you can play it, it's like, oh, okay, let's take the card. So, alright, see you, Willow. Have a good one. Geek Dungeon community is the least toxic out of 14. I hope it stays that way. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, Craggy, I am a little concerned when the new content comes out. It's gonna be a huge flux of people, but you know what? One of the things I appreciate about you guys is a lot of you guys kind of self-curate the community too. Like it isn't just the mods like keeping everyone in line. You guys keep it in line too. I think you guys contribute to the atmosphere that's part of the community. So I will really kind of lean upon a lot of you guys to kind of help out a little bit, you know, to make sure that we maintain that with all the new people coming in. I think we've definitely had a lot of years to be able to enjoy what the community is, and I think everyone knows or can see already like this is what we want, so we want to make sure it retains that way. And we'll definitely try our best from our end, but you know, probably take a little help from everyone else too. What's up, Wetmog? Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. There's no sneering at someone if they choose to clear an Asher or anything. Like, if anything, you get more respect for being dedicated. Yeah. It's just, this is what you want to do. Good. No, we will support. That's all it comes down to. Just got done waiting for the nice. I hope we're winning the game. Are we winning the game? So I'm looking if everyone just wants to have a good time together. Yeah, it's fantastic. I think it caters to the content too. What the content is like, there really isn't like an inner competition. I mean, what's the point of like what honestly is the point of like bringing down someone for doing a solo attempt? It's like they literally have no impact on your gameplay, right? If they clear on Reaper, it has nothing to do with you clearing on like Machinist. But I think people understand that, so you know, there is no reason to like bring someone else down. It's like, okay, that's your journey, this is my journey, you know. So, we're progging top, saw P3 this week, so we're getting there. Nice, okay. You're a gamer, dude. I'm sure you're gonna hang with the top gamers and get that clear. We all fell in love with this challenge, and we get a thrill out of this challenge. We want everyone to experience it. Exactly. You should get it before the Sabbath. Ooh, I like that. Yeah. That's the exit. Another steal. I feel for all the top proggers that are also deep dungeon runners and EO coming. Yep, that's what Sheila and Pind are having to deal with. They're on the clock. Tick-tock. On the clock. Although I think it does help that Sheila's group is a lot of deep dungeon runners to begin with, so... We did have a whole bunch of deep dungeon runners doing Uwu now, right? Ben, D-Buns, Willow, Sig, all them, Ellie. Elvis! I wish there would be Magic Egger mods in EO. Like in 11 Eureka, it's gonna be tough because not everyone casts magic, so that's not gonna be fair to some jobs, right? Maybe it's like an ability aggro, a GCD aggro to be fair to everyone, but To9 says, I'm looking at the top right now and I'll be doing EO as it releases. But currently working on P5, so hopefully you have enough time. You got a month. You got 1 month. We're predicting March 7th or March 14th. So that's 1 month. Aggro on facing a mob. Facing a mob? Like looking at them? But it's already not really fair for the jobs not having interrupts, so why stop there? I mean, that's fair, but it's your birthday month! My birthday month's next month. How old are you turning, Wetmog? Like 25 or something? Next expansion will not be... Yeah, did you guys see those articles? Oh my god, dude. The articles that were coming out were so funny. There's no plans for an expansion in 2023 for 14. It's like so depressing. It's like, and everyone is like, well, yeah, we already knew that. What's the big deal? It's so funny. It's like for me, it's like, oh man, my response to that was like, oh man, well, they haven't announced the 6.4 patch. I guess there's no content anymore. Rip, game's dead. They had such a doom and gloom like article about 14. It's like, are you just typing this because you have nothing else to report on? Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say here. It's like JP FanFest is in next January. They're not gonna release an expansion before JP FanFest. Hello? Anyway, those articles are pretty hilarious to me. If you don't have a date for it, maybe it won't come out. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, Fraggy, exactly. There's no 6.4 mentioned, so there's no 6.4. No date for 6.35, so it probably doesn't come out. Deep Dungeon officially cancelled. My birthday month is next month too! Oh, hey! March is a good month, that's for sure. Praying for a next week clear, Max. I'm wishing you luck. And hey, To9, you be sure to let me know. I love hearing those stories, so tell me when you get that clear. Me personally, I'm more excited about 4.4.5 patches because the final item level increase, new expansion releases are super exciting for story, but content better for you. Fair. I mean, for me, 0.4 is like for me, 0.4 is absolutely nothing. I go through, like, I'm the only one who goes to like 0.4 and be like, oh cool, well anyway. Because like I don't do anything in like the 0.4 patch. Like that's when I get new gear, I guess. I don't do anything in 0.4. I remember I think it was 6.2, which was the new Savage tier. Someone asked me, a mutual friend of mine, they're like, "Are you excited for the 6.2 patch?" I'm like, not really. It's alright. It's like I didn't really care. Like everyone's excited for new content. I'm like, whatever. I'm not gonna do anything different, so I don't really care. Yeah, of course, the only patch I'm looking for is the one that's coming up next. It's 6.35. That's like the big patch for me. True. I mean, the big changes you're looking for are like Astro and Dragoon, but they're not happening till 7.0. Yeah, any job changes, we then just like go right back in. Of course, I'll probably be I'll be like, you know, knee deep when it comes to EO, so probably the job changes won't be too much of a big deal. But it just does give me more content, that's for sure. Thanks, To9. I really like having the best keeper extension so I could do everything easiest. Yeah, it's fair. Like that's like that completely makes sense. I mean, for me, I try to be like BIS for crafting, which by the way I'm still behind. I have all the materials, but I haven't made it yet. So I try to be BIS for crafting and gathering. That's about it. I don't go for battle gear because I mean, if I'm in this content, I don't need battle gear. So. I have 19 jobs to clear with it. It's a lot of content. Yep. And if they make any adjustments to the other deep dungeons, you know, there'll be more content. I'll be busy for a really long time. Yeah, variant's true. I mean, variant we'll see. I did like variant, but variant's like a one and done. Like I finished in what, like 2 streams or something. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but I don't know if they're gonna change it around so that it becomes more repeatable. I know the rewards were a complaint about variants in Criterion. Even Criterion. I mean, Criterion is great for the challenge, but in terms of repeating the content, it's not really... There's not really too much reason to repeat the content. All 10 of them? Dang, they're gonna come back at you in Deep Dungeon. You're gonna go into the alligator floor 161, they're gonna chomp on you. You be careful. My group started Criterion but needed to finish 3rd boss so we can form out. Gotcha. Ah, yes, the benediction timing, I love it. That's where I feel like a real gamer when I land that benediction. For the server tick. Oh, certainly. I did get the Silky Mount with a friend, but want the Throne Mount still. So here's a good example, Cherub. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. So like, I would wait a little bit so I can get the stun delayed on the Mukin. But that just takes like, you know, an understanding on timing with the abilities and such. When you know the timing, then you know how to time your Hovely. And I wanted to stun that move. But that just comes with experience, that's all it is. Wasn't the definition of the Silky Mount... Wasn't like the description of it, it's like it's the dead carcass of the rat, but it's like... Basically you just like put magic in it and it's alive or something like that. Oh no! Wasn't it like the palm is where the body is or something? And then the rest of it is just like a dead corpse. Well, Fat Cat is a reincarnation, right? Or rather, like a reanimated thing. Silky is on the tail, but the whole body of the rat is like it's a dead corpse. You gotta need to know when they're about to cast. That's hard for you. I usually react like, yeah, you'll get it. Don't worry, you'll get it. It'll come in time, Cherub. There are a lot of things that are predictable. I mean, as much as the enemies are obviously random, the enemies themselves and what the rotations are not. Like, they are scripted in that fashion. You'll pick it up, I believe. It's not like I knew that, you know, the moment I stepped into Deep Dungeon. I took a very long time to figure all that timing out. Honestly, that's one partial reason, Cherub. Why I have a lot, why I feel like I'm pretty decent when it comes to reading chat and all that stuff. Because I know when I can look away and I know when I have to look at the screen. That's all part of that too, right? When I know I'm in danger and not in danger, I can make the adjustments there. 130 today, that's right, 130 today. We started at 51, we are in a healer, so healer will take a little bit longer, so 130. We're finishing just on time, it's about midnight. Rather, it's about 1 AM right now, so I'll finish close to 2 AM, so it works out. And we took some breaks talking with chat, and that's kind of where I wanted to go for. I figured I'd have a little bit more conversation with you guys. So I wanted to respect that, so I didn't feel like I was rushing. I also didn't have the best of sleeps last night. I tried to take a nap today, and it didn't go too well, so it's definitely a good chance to kind of get a little bit of a tinier, like, not as long of a stream, you know? So. There's something behind me that's walking towards me. Alright, let me check the other... that's a steal. I'll just go. I'm lazy. Steal alteration, steal luster. The one good triangle strategy song that I liked. Strength. I'll just pop it now. We should be out of this floor pretty fast. I can have it on the boss. Again, we're gonna do the boss slightly differently than how I typically do it. We had a conversation a little bit ago about the 120 boss. We had someone wiping the 120 boss, do the final sting on Gunbreaker. So I wanted to demonstrate an alternative strategy where we will kill one bee, but we will leave one alive and intentionally take the final sting to kind of demo that strategy. It's not something I typically do, but just for the sake of demonstration. I did pop a raising here to make sure that if I make a mistake that we don't die. But yeah, we will do that strategy today. Piss case, what's up, Hollow? How was raid today? I kept killing the bees always and it takes long. I prefer killing the bees, that's my strategy. I don't like letting one live, but... I mean, it's something people do. I mean, it's not like it's an impossible strategy, it's just, you know, that is what they do, so may as well showcase it here so you guys can... You know, so you can decide if you like it or not. Maybe you don't like it, like me, and don't do it, or maybe you like it and you're like, you know what? It doesn't seem so bad. We had a sub fill in, we still saw our prog points, so it's nice bedtime now. Have a good sleep, Paulo. Well done, soldier. You'll get him next time, and prog more, so good job. Safety. He'd be too anxious about this thing, I'm sure. Yeah. you know... That strat feels scary when you do it. I did it with Astra and lost times. Boss double Ash auto
Okay,
seems...
bye.
Yeah. Thanks for the 17, Hollow! I appreciate you, my friend. Let's go here. Alright, see you, Kanara. See you, EU crew. I appreciate all of you guys. Willow passed by, went to work. Hollow going to sleep over the EU. Kanara also. Thanks for passing by, guys. I appreciate you all. The UD gens, dude. Enjoy that sun. Oh, you resist sleep. Alright, let's take a final sting, shall we? Om nom final sting. Tastes great for breakfast. I'm only gonna do it like once, so you better watch now. Because I'm not really gonna do it twice. Only because White Mage doesn't like benefits better to just not do it. Because I have a lot of tools that can get me through it. So we'll take the final sting here. Usually I lust here, but I'm just gonna do the B here. Okay, B's dead. We're gonna leave that one alive. Yeah, see, it just does like 70%. Not too bad. But you can't take two of them. If you take two of them, that's a problem. That's still scary. Yeah, I don't like it personally. It's just not... You're not gonna see me do that very often at all. But like I said, just for the sake of demonstration purposes. It's there, that's what some people do. If you like it, great. If you don't like it, just be like me and just kill them all. No comfy? I mean, I don't think it's comfy at all. Like, you have to just like take it. I mean, I was ready with the heals, you know, but... White Mage is really good with taking them all down, because it's so strong, so it's not something I really have to worry about. Dot right away. If you didn't have Lust as White Mage, would you do Holy Beast? Yeah, like, so optimally, it should basically be you put the dots on and then you use Size and Holy. That would be the optimal way of killing it. Because you're gonna do more damage to 2 targets versus 3. Like, I'll hold a Size for every B, because the damage is tremendous with the Size, and I'll just line it up that way. No problem. And you have a lot of time to spare. Like, when you're doing Astro, like, you're probably like 2 GCDs late with even just like spamming Gravity and Combust. So there you go. At least you saw how it looks to the B. You can determine for yourself if you like it or not. I personally don't, but you know. That's why there are multiple ways and multiple strategies. Something is gonna be out there, someone's gonna be like, you know what, I like that. I like that damage increase. I can heal through that, no problem. Other people are gonna be like, F that, dude. What are you... I'm never gonna do that. Lights show. Alright. No ads. I can push an ad out, but we're good for ads. So let's just go right into the next floor and let's finish out the run, shall we? Let's eat some of my Saiken cookie. And let's do the last 10. Pleasure having you guys here. I appreciate you keeping me company, having some good chatter. Let's wrap this up. 121 plus. Let's do it. I gotta pick up that raising again, because I had a raising. I feel bad for people that have all spell effects when I spam holy in dungeons. I had a tweet. I put out a tweet, Hustlehoof, because my buddy Zyros was talking about how he has spell effects on, and people are amazed by his ability to have spell effects on, do raiding, talk to chat, and everything. And then I had a clip of me doing PvP one time on stream, and I had all spells effects on from like everyone in frontlines, alliance, enemies, everything. And I'm like, wait, this is not normal? That was my response. I don't really want an altar, dude. Way too many minutes. Hey, yeah. I have spell effects only for myself, I stick out more. Well, you know, I've gotten so used to spell effects in PvP that I had to actually turn it off when we did PvP as a backup when I disconnected on Ninja. And because I had, like, my camera on and my web camera on, it actually was lagging my game. So I had to turn it off. And man, I was so used to seeing spell effects to know if I'm taking damage or not. It was really, like, jarring to me. Like, yeah, it's busy on the screen, but it allows me to know what I'm stepping in and what I'm getting hit with. If I don't see the animations, it's like I'm blind to the game. So I've gotten really used to everything. Even when I do, like, the Alliance raid, I have everything on. Something ethereal about seeing your entire alliance raid 4 damage into a boss, yeah. Is it different on PC? On console, turning down spell effects as a player only? You mean PvP? I forgot where it is. Here? Oh, here. So there is a PvP, or others excluding PvP, and then you have PvP opponents here. Dude, why do you keep interrupting me? So you could have something like that. Rage? Oh. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Or for healer bubbles, etc., I have everything off my character. I remember there are times when I see other people play the game, Wetmog, and I remember watching one person in particular. They had all their effects off, and they would do the machinist flamethrower, but all you would basically just see is you just see their arms swinging left and right without any flames coming in. I thought it was like the dumbest thing ever. Like it's basically just like no context. You hear the sound of like the flamethrower, but then you don't know what's going on. It's hilarious to me. Man, I can't play the game like that. Like I gotta see the animations, man. I'm so used to it. Laylust came back. Want me to guess? The game feels clear to me. No, you're not weird at all. That's not weird. Everyone's gonna have their preference, you know? Everyone's gonna play the game their way. I mean, honestly, it borderlines on the whole flashing lights situation, right? How people are sensitive to flashing lights. So that could definitely help mitigate that. Only 60 floors behind? Well, I only have 8 more floors and then I'm done for the night, Tridab, so you better hurry the hell up, dude. What are you doing with your life? Sure, I'll do it. You know this song is in theater rhythm? Did you guys know that? Not in the demo, but it's in theater rhythm. "21 to 30 is... That's a tough set though, that does take a while, to be fair. I don't know how I did Niagara. Oh, not the whale. I could hit the chest. And open sesame. What is the first chest? Lust. Which I opted not to use because I don't have steel. Like, it's so considerate, it's just, you know. Song so bonkers? Hell good song. Switching. Which allows me to do the lusts, because I can do that combo. Okay, that's actually what I was halfway hoping for, to see a witching. And we got the witching. So now I gotta wait for this vice to go, because I think I aggro. YOLO. Yeah, was almost sure out aggro. Gonna get paralyzed. Runs it out. Oh, I was out of range. Oops. Nap! To respawn. Good. Let go. Ah, good old Nier. In my Final Fantasy. Man, I got safeties 3 times in a row. Light. That's gonna aggro. Fine. Alright, what's over here? Vice? Treasure chests? Hoping for like a strength or something to speed us up a little bit. I think this is flighted though. No, next floor is flighted. Next floor is flighted. Purity. 2 wyvers. Huh. One. That's another silver, it looks like. Can't get the reveal. Ugh, I wanted the reveal. Ow. Interrupted. Okay. Purity. Never lucky. Alright, the Vice needs to move so I can get out of this room. Hey, move forward. A very rare instance, move forward. Mr. Daraban! Good so far, can't complain. A lot of mimics today, but outside of that, smooth sailing. So how are you today on the Thursday? Tested out some music, tested some alternate strategies. Looking pretty good today. This is the 4th safety in a row. The Warriors, White Mage's Curse and attracts mimics. Yeah, dude, today was just a little insane with the mimics. Ooh, steel, ooh. Ooh. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, bum, ba-da. I realized it was Thursday, my brain has been fried from work. No, it's okay. I mean, I usually do setup files on a Tuesday. If you're kind of basing it off that, then I can totally see that. It's all good, dude. I mean, my whole February is like out of whack because I got sponsored streams, and they're kind of, you know, they kind of set up my schedule differently. We have the collabs coming in, so it's like a really wacky February. So it's all good. Technically Friday now, that's right. I think if any of you guys are interested in Honkai Star Rail, I think they're gonna start their stream event in like 2 hours, and basically, if you want to get a chance for beta, you have to watch someone streaming it. And it's a Twitch drop. Spoiler alert, I'm not one of those streamers. I wish I was. I really wish I was, but apparently I guess I missed the boat, so that sucks. But maybe sometime in the future I get another opportunity like that. Steal? Ooh, I gotta get the reach though. Which game? Honkai Star Rail. That is basically Genshin. It's done by the same people, except it's turn-based, and that is one reason why I'm very, very interested in that game. I did enjoy Genshin for the little bit I played with it, but for the fact that it's going to be a turn-based RPG, it's like, oh. Yeah, I'd like to play that. Gotcha? Yeah, gotcha the gotcha, yeah. It's doing its final closed beta test starting very soon, like literally I think in 2 hours. So, and then I think the game is releasing sometime in the next couple months, officially. So it's starting to like, you know, move all the gears and get ready. I know people don't like gacha, I get it. It's not gonna be for everyone, but you know, I think if you had any fun with Genshin, this is definitely a game that might be interesting for sure. Turn-based open world gacha, yeah. I think it's open world. I think it is open world as well, yeah. So it is interesting for sure. Had a blast with, yeah, Tower Fantasy was pretty good. I just fell off it because I took the vacation and it didn't play well on mobile. It was like too complicated for mobile, so I couldn't even try it. But yeah, it was a pretty good. I had pretty fun with Tower. I do want to inject that game as like my main backup game. Maybe I'll stream it, I don't know, we'll see. But I do want to like put in time. Like I don't have like one of those games that can like chuck a couple hours in, you know, for a little bit of progress, like 1 or 2 hours, and feel like, you know, I'm happy with the game. I don't have that right now, and I was kind of waiting for that game to be the game. And I'm really looking forward to that one. I mean, you know, some of you guys have been around the channel, you know I like strategy games. We got Fire Emblem tomorrow. We're gonna continue our playthrough tomorrow in Fire Emblem. I love the strategy game, so give me a turn-based RPG, dude. All up my alley. It looked like I might have had a chance to do something with Honkai. Like I said, I think I missed the boat, unfortunately. It is what it is, you know. Feels kind of bad, but it's not up to me. But I hope maybe in the future I'll be able to do something. Have I? No, I haven't. I have the game. I got the code for the game. That's something that's currently sitting in the like totally back burner right now. I mean, I'm gonna have a little bit of a free time because I'm not really looking forward to any game in particular. In terms of a variety sense, Mr. Family Size. Like, the only game I'm looking forward to right now at current status, it's Octopath, which I cannot play on release, and 16 in June. So I'm gonna have some time to probably catch up on those games to get Tactics Ogre in, to finish Octopath, and then probably get ready for 16, and then we'll figure out something after that, but yeah. And Honkai will be probably out by then, so I'm probably gonna put some time into that. We'll see how I want to do that. I don't know how I'm gonna want to make content with that, but we'll try. And yeah, that's what it comes down to. Power Wash Simulator, if you like that, it's easy to... For filler period, I don't have it. I know that's a great game. Priz, did you see they were on GDQ? The one that just finished up. I saw like clips of the Power Wash Simulator GDQ with was like an 8-man, 4-man team. Oh my god, the efficiency was just hilarious to watch, but absolutely impressive. Basically, like there was a video. I think one of the clips they had was they were surrounding like a van in a garage, and they all had everyone positioned in a very specific spot, and it was just like, like they basically cleaned the van in like 3 seconds flat. Speed cleaning, dude. Holy moly. Another safety. Speaking of GDQ, has anything changed since now for you since then? New opportunities, more viewers? We did have a couple new viewers come in. Like pass by because of GDQ and all that stuff. I think if anything, the biggest increase right now, Priz, it could be coincidental though. YouTube has been moving quite a bit. Definitely a lot higher than it had been prior to GDQ. I'd say the stream had a bit of a boost for the first couple weeks until Omega Protocol came in, and then it kind of brought everything back down to normal, which is fine. Normal is fine. I mean, in terms of follows, the follows were a bit insane. Like if you wanna, like, I mean, I'm obviously paying attention to it, but like, the moment they shouted out my channel after the run in GDQ, no joke, I got like 500 followers from that one shout out. And then since then, I probably capped out at about like 1K within the week for followers, which is really awesome. But we had a couple people pass by because of the GDQ, you know, they passed by, some of them are trying out the game and all that stuff, so it's kind of cool. But I think if anything, the big takeaway that I got, it's like, it's on my resume now, you know, I can present that as a thing on the resume, if anything. Like, we were on this big event, everyone seemed to have a good time with it, and, you know, that's good. I mean, if anything, it was nice and hype. It was a nice community moment for sure, especially with what's been going on with the community recently. At least there was that bright spot for a little bit, and I hope we can continue that EO, and yeah. So. If anything, I think maybe part of, like, maybe this is optimism on my part, but you might see a little bit more once EO actually releases and Deep Dungeon becomes the talk of the town. You know, the podcasts are gonna start. Like I'm actually gonna be on a podcast next Saturday to talk about the GDQ run into Deep Dungeon and whatnot. So I think you're gonna start seeing like the more general community start discussing Deep Dungeon, and probably, you know, we planted the seed, if you will. So maybe that seed starts to grow a little bit of in size and all that stuff, and whatever we did before will start to show, you know. So. You spoke to a few people who are doing free trial necro attempts. Yeah. I think it's just so cool. I mean, I did push that advertisement pretty strong, but I mean, I wasn't BSing. I mean, a couple of you guys tried to have your one. I really remember so strongly with that, how people really look forward to getting that free trial necromancy clear, you know. So, I mean, who doesn't like a free game with a good challenge? But yeah, thanks for asking, Priz. Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of what I observed in terms of just kind of raw, like, actual results from it and stuff. So it's pretty cool to see it. The follows were insane, you know. Like, I was just running the quick math and, like, how many, like, where I was and then where we ended up. It was just like, wow, holy crap. One shout out got that many is crazy. But yeah, YouTube is pretty remarkable right now, considering we're still not even in EO. Like, if I were to give a bit of a relative comparison, I would say it's on like the like you know like the time when Asmin did 14 and he started to do a little bit of deep dungeon. Like that was certainly like a peak when like a lot of people started checking out the channel and looking up the videos and stuff. And then you had a little, and then of course there's gonna be the decline because you know he stopped playing 14. He didn't do deep dungeon. It was like in the middle of that, from like instead of it being from the peak or from the like the low of that, it's like sitting at the middle of that, like almost like the just at the down tail of all that hype. That's where we're at right now. And again, like it's not like I've been putting out content for EO yet. EO isn't really in discussions in lots of places. Like no one's really talking about it because there's nothing really to talk about. But it is like rising up, so it's kind of cool. I mean, perhaps people are trying to get their clears in now, you know, knowing that it's getting closer and closer. People are pushing it a little bit harder. That could be a potential. And these are all like, you know, speculative reasons on my end. I don't know unless I ask the people. But yeah, sure. You know, I always try my best to like at least keep an idea, because you know you kind of want to. I guess as a creator, sometimes you do want to ride a wave if you're able to do so, right? So if I notice something is going like a little bit better than normal, I may want to take advantage of that. Like there are times that I ended up doing a specific job on stream because someone was thinking about doing it, or someone was talking about doing it, or a bunch of people were doing it. Like that does manipulate a little bit of my decision making of what I do. Like here's a good example. Real time. The YouTube Shorts are for some reason pushing a lot higher than they did before. Like the past month or so, like I'm getting maybe from like 5 times to like almost like 20 times the amount of viewership on the. I mean, we're not talking a lot. Like I'm not getting tens of thousands. Like we're talking from like I was averaging 200 to 300 people checking out the shorts to now minimum at least 1,500 views on them. Some of them have pushed up to 6K, 9K, which I've never seen before on the shorts. And they did change the algorithm for YouTube Shorts recently. So I'm starting to see results there. Now that's making me want to get more into getting more shorts out. You know, after doing it for a whole year, I have a good amount of data to understand what's getting good algorithms and what's popular and whatnot. So it's something that that's in my brain right now. Yeah, I don't know what happened in the past month, because the past month has been remarkable in terms of the exposure to it. Like, I'm getting people, no joke, there are comments in there, maybe some of you guys have seen them. I'm getting a lot of people asking in the comments of the short, what is this content? I've never seen this before. And I'm just like, Pals are dead. Yeah, it's a simple answer. It's like, there are people who are now seeing it that I guess typically wouldn't have seen the regular stuff. I guess they're searching for 14 stuff, and then they end up there. So it's kind of interesting. And it's been consistent for the past month now. Like, I would get, like, maybe occasional short that, like, boosted up, and then the rest of them are kind of just, like, you know, normal, like the regulars get to there, but now it's interesting. Do you have sustaining potion? Do I have to use sustaining potion as much on white mage, or is it so a sustaining potion will speed you up no matter how it is, because either I heal with a regen, I can heal with an OGCD, but I can heal with an OGCD, a regen, or I cannot use a regen and then pop a sustaining. So it could speed you up, but then at the same time you could just go faster and then not need it. So it kind of is a choose your own adventure for that. Like Aurora, by the way, our buddy Aurora Moon, I believe, did clear White Mage without using any sustaining potion. So you can't do it without. But of course, you have to be at a pretty remarkable level to be able to pull something like that. But hey, knowing it's possible, sometimes it's all in love. What's up, Pin? Probably people checking out... Hold on. Probably people checking out top stuff and it's been tossing all kinds of content. Maybe, yeah.
Another month, let's go.
Hey, thank you for that. The name is Hurricane Chila. Thank you for gifting a 6-month sub to Pin G. Appreciate that. I obviously feel like I need sustaining regen. Yeah, I agree with you, Cherub. I mean, I use a lot of sustaining myself, so I'm with you on that one. But I think, you know, once you get more used to it, you can push the limits on a lot of things. So, what's up, Almish? Hey, late night for you, dude. Did you do another midnight gym run or something? Yeah, I mean, you also had Tridab aside from top in itself. I mean, you had a lot of people diving into some of the drama too. So probably 14 in general was getting a lot of like push into algorithms and stuff potentially. So what content is this? Yeah. A lot of people are asking like, what is this content? I've never seen it before. I'm like, yeah. You probably haven't. It's fine. No, I can't sleep and can't go to the gym till after surgery. Gotcha. Okay. How's the run been? Clean. A lot of mimics. A little extra on the mimics, but overall it's been a pretty solid run. Thank you for asking. How was top for you guys? I heard you got at least to your prog point, which is pretty cool. Got to hear it. So at least you guys are getting consistency. Always nice. I have to get shorts recommended that aren't related. Maybe algorithm knows how much I'm topic hopping. Yeah, my TikTok is kind of annoying right now because I'm getting videos I don't really like. They're kind of okay, but they're mostly not. Like, I'd rather get more gaming ones, but I get more like... I don't know what I'm getting right now, it's kind of annoying. We had to sub in someone, rule swap accommodate, but so got there, nice. Do you stop after... I do stop, yep, 130 is my goal today, so we will be stopping at 130. Hey Zevrin, thanks man, I appreciate you, dude. I know, so close to theater of them, I know. They were doing some codes, and I might try to get one, so we'll see. But I mean, that game is gonna be another backup game for me too. Like, I'll probably pop it on stream once in a while, but not like a main game. Like, maybe some back. I prefer more long-form content, which is why I enjoy streams over shorts. You know, it's so interesting, Jonks, because I think the majority of people, it is, a lot of people like the shorts because you get more there. And that's one reason why last year I started to push more into it, knowing that that was a possibility. But interesting to hear it from your end that you actually prefer the longer ones too. Can you reassemble on Wildfire? No. You would always reassemble Drill. I don't think reassemble Wildfire works. Well, no, it definitely doesn't work, but yeah, you wouldn't do it like that. That already, thanks for the great stream, was mostly lurking, but heading out to get breakfast. Hey, I appreciate it. Suki, it's always a pleasure. It's always fun talking with you. And no worries, I love the lurk too, so I'll catch you next time. Have a good one. Have a good start of your day. I like both formats depending on how much time I have at any moment. Yeah. It's nice to sift through the shorts once in a while, you know? I mean, for me, I guess it doesn't quite matter. You know, if I'm gonna watch a long video, then I'll look at how long the video is, and then I'll determine that myself, but... The shorts are nice to just get a quick, like, you know, a quick jolt of just entertainment. And I think that's one edit I'm gonna try to make with my shorts. I feel like, you know what actually got a lot of traction recently in terms of my shorts, both in TikTok and YouTube? It's my stupid Ninja Sakuchi shit. Like, basically I had a clip of me Sakuchiing past like enemies, and it was like a 15-second clip, and they had more traction than like my behemoth kill. So it's like, it's really weird. I'm still trying to like comprehend like what is going on and how to manipulate that to my advantage. But yeah, it's just, you know, it's interesting. You got that in one of your, well, a lot of people apparently, because it has one of the more views that I have. So it's fun to play around with them, you know. And I know like the recommendation is actually to make the shorts at like 20 seconds tops, because of like, I think, general statistics, attention span, whatever it might be. I get it, but of course, you know, it's hard to kind of like put some type of deep dungeon clip within that time frame, but you know, some of them can fit in that time frame. I really like one Sakuchi clip I did in 191. I broke pathing to teleport over the chasm. Oh, interesting. Oh, that sounds cool. Wait, let me listen. It looks more interesting for people who don't know Deep Dungeon, probably. Exactly, Fraggy. That's one thing that I tried to observe too. I mean, you're probably getting an audience that's not Deep Dungeon, so like, what is it that they're seeing, you know, should I be getting to the point faster? This is all things I'm still trying to experiment with. And also, to that end, I'm not catering this, like I'm pulling the video from a stream, so it's not like I'm intentionally trying to make a short. It just so happens that I have something that's like short video worthy. But I could still like modify the cropping of it and the editing of it. And editing a 1 minute short video, let me tell you, is a lot better than editing like a freaking 7-hour video, so I don't mind it as much. You stupid owl, I hate you. Why do you have to hit me? Why do you have to hit me twice? I've linked the ninja one to people who don't even play this game. Thanks, I appreciate that. I could make a small clip to put on Discord since I know where the video is. I know people like that Warrior and Wraith one. Yeah. Hey look, I'm all for anyone else making content. Like, I've never been someone who's like, no, you know, put that somewhere else. No, dude, sure, please. I guess me ideas, honestly. Shorts is YouTube's version of TikTok. It absolutely is. Now, TikTok has a little bit more flexibility. In YouTube, you cannot make a video longer than 1 minute. If you upload a video longer than 60 seconds, it'll just go to like a full video. It won't register as a short. TikTok, on the other hand, you actually have a time limit. I think you could actually upload as long of a like a 10-minute video, and they'll still accept it. So, yo, what's up, Chila? Congrats on the success today. I heard you guys at least made it back to your prog point. It already came. It's already in effect. They did that at the beginning of February, so that is already in effect. I'm pretty good. Had a crappy sleep last night, so it works out that today is going to be a little, you know, little faster today, but that's alright. There's a lot of, I don't know how it is over in Japan, Sheila, but there is a lot of people getting sick by me, and it's a little spooky. So I'm hoping that I just stay away from all the sick people. I am going to 130 today, just 130. I started at 51 today, so we did 51 to 130. Yeah, it's okay, you guys are busy, don't worry about it. Go 10 floors for you? No, that's not what my body says. I need sleep. I really need to sleep. My sleep was bad last night, and then I tried to take a nap and I couldn't take a nap either, so yeah, not that great. I need to avoid the sickness. You JK? I guess it's good you don't have to wake up to talk to you, yeah. Well, okay, you know what's actually funny about that, Sheila? I actually was awake pretty much at that time slot that we would have had the chat. I thought about that, I'm like, damn, I'm still awake. Like, what the hell, dude? I may as well just get up, and then I tried to just, like, force myself back to sleep. Yeah, I don't know, like, I just had a hard time sleeping last night. I don't know what is going on, but, you know, it happens. I still had in my calendar and pinged me and felt sad, but I was also falling asleep on the couch. Rip. Ooh, couch. Nice. It's all good. We'll resume once you're ready. Why does this have so many heads? What the hell? Oh, whoops. Next week should be fine. Okay, sounds good. Just keep me posted. Dark Knights. Bat signal. Even though you're Reaper Rain, that's alright. Deep Dungeon main is more important. That's where it really counts. No, Potsherd main is Umbasa. That's Potsherd main. To be fair, tanks will probably have the advantage. I think tanks will have the advantage. I mean, I'm not gonna hide that fact. I'm still going red mage, but I think tanks will be at a major advantage. Yeah, so it's a Potsherd lady. Oops, I moved too early. You're gonna dance your way through EO, let's go. I'm going Warrior for EO, I think, says Biff, says Wetmog. Their healing is just so good. It is really good. You know, Paladin is gonna be such an interesting choice though, I think, in my opinion. I don't really know how 90 Paladin functions, but it might be very interesting. But really all the tanks are really spectacular. We'll see. Well, I'm sticking to my guns. Red Mage clear! Let's go! Yeah, it'll probably be more exciting anyway. Everyone's gonna do tanks, so may as well be different, huh? We did it. We did it. How many time worn artifacts do I have? 165. 965, almost. I don't know if I'm gonna hit 999 by the time EO comes, but I'll try. They give it healing, so it's all its abilities is at 90. Yeah, well, we have 90, so. Yeah. Alright, team. We done it. 131. That is the goal today. Pretty good. A lot of mimics. But what a time artifacts. They're used for Shadowbringer relics in Moja. Shadowbringer relics. Yeah, it's okay. You can pass by tomorrow. I'll do some Fire Emblem, depending on when you guys go streaming. But hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it. We had a lot of great conversations, a lot of cool things today, a lot of great talks. Thank you for keeping me company. If you haven't already, we got the socials. I'll be live back tomorrow. If you want to watch me do some variety, we're going to continue our adventures in Fire Emblem Engage, a nice little anime game. Hey, Rash, thanks to Prime Gaming. Cheers. Thank you for that. Thank you for that first time sub and a prime sub at that. Appreciate that. If you're interested in the next time we do this run, that is Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern. Sunday is the continuation of White Mage. So come back on Sunday if you want to see that one. Definitely pass by tomorrow if, again, you want to see me play some Fire Emblem. That's 9 p.m. Eastern. Might go a little... will I go earlier? No, I would say the chances of me going earlier is extremely low, so I'm probably going to stick to my 9 o'clock schedule. We're probably going to push story tomorrow. I want to push some story tomorrow, so that's what I do in Fire Emblem, but... Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Thank you for everyone passing by. Let's go find someone to drop your kids off to. Let's see who's up and about and doing some content in the directory. Ideally in the directory, anyway. Well, let me check this first. Hold on a second. 1 second. Okay. It's actually pretty early, so there's a lot of friendos that I could drop you guys off to. Is there someone that I haven't dropped you off to in a minute? Let me pop this up. Do. Okay, I'll go here. I haven't dropped you guys off here, but, well, I have dropped you off here before. But I know that they're going to entertain, so that's a good thing. We're going to drop you off to the only Namazu streamer that I know of, and that is Quan23. This is Mr. Namazu himself, VTuber Namazu. Funny dude. He's actually getting a little close to those numbers for partners, so let's support him for a little bit. Again, have a good night, guys. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm tired. I hope I can sleep. Catch you tomorrow. Catch you Sunday. And don't forget, we're also doing Variety Monday, but Tuesday we have a sponsored stream plus the continuation with Finn. So that's Tuesday. So we got a lot going in. So thank you guys. Have a good night. Let's go visit Mr. Namazu. Good night.